Michelle Burt is having some technical problems right now, trying to log in. So hopefully she can join us, but we do need to officially get started. So the first question I have to ask everyone, have you completed your evaluations, your assessment guides for each agency? And if so, then I'm going to go ahead and we're going to virtually do comments, which is it's a little bit different, but we're going to work on it and we're going to make it happen. Okay. So I'm going to share with you, and hopefully this can work for me. I'm going to share with you this form. What happened? It's not what I was asking to share. Let's see. Stop sharing. That's the wrong thing. Trying to share that, trying to share my, here it is right here though. That's strange. Let's see if I put this down with that. Okay. Huh. Crazy. Should have done that while I was waiting, I guess. Not trying to do that. Oh, shoot. Sorry, y'all. Meeting. I don't know what I just did. Let's see what I did. I tried to share with you and then I had a problem. Let me see. I go down. Let me say stop sharing. Stop sharing. Okay. I don't know why my correct document, but yet it's sharing my email instead of the document. Let's see, Microsoft Outlook. Let's see. Give me a chance to, I may have to close everything down and then only have that document open. So give me a moment, okay? I don't know why it's doing that to me.
When you hit share, did you click on Microsoft Excel only or screen one?
Okay. So you're saying that when I hit share,
click on Microsoft Excel and it'll share that Excel document you got. If you have it open.
It's not an Excel document. It's a Microsoft Word. Let's see if it'll share
the meeting.
Scroll down.
Okay, here we go. Can you, now you can see it, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, for some reason I have to close other documents or it'll pull up those documents as well. I don't know why it does that, but that's the technology world. Can you see well, or I can actually, let me increase, see if I can zoom it bigger. Let's see. Okay, so we'll start, and what I've already kind of mapped out the chart, the document for us. So what we'll do, if you look here, let's see. And as you guys know from years of us doing this, and reminder is that I'm going to be writing basically in shorthand so I can expedite the day. I'll clean up the language like I always do after your afterwards. But the main thing is that I am true to what you want to present to the agency. So we first will do an analysis. And I kind of mapped it, organized it into the 4 different categories in alignment. So with the assessment guide, the CHSP assessment guide. Good morning, Michelle. We're happy to have you. So thanks for coming on. I'm sorry you're having technical problems. How are you doing today, Michelle? She's on. You're on mute, Michelle.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. So good morning. Did you so welcome aboard and hope you had a great weekend. And right now we're starting the comments on each of the agencies and basically going in the same order of their meeting presentations to you. And so I've broken it into 4 major categories of comment sections based on the CHSP assessment guide. The first one starting with the agency overall capacity to effectively implement the program. And then looking at the program design itself, that they clearly document the need for the program. Did they clearly identify the target population? And did they clearly identify ability to address problems? And did they have meaningful participant outcomes that directly demonstrate the effectiveness of the program? That's category B. Category C was the impact of COVID-19. And we're looking at really the ability to implement their programs based on, impact of COVID-19. And then did they clearly explain and justify the need for CHSP funding? So we can kind of go back and forth, but is there, if one of you can pull up on the team, if one of you could please pull up the award letter from last year to see if there's any concerns or issues or comments you want to carry over to this year, that would be helpful. You could pull up the agency's evaluation instrument itself. So we just kind of freely, again, the comments, no comment can remain on the award letter unless everybody has a consensus, as we've done in the past. So you have to have 100% consensus, or else I have to remove a comment. So with that being, would you like to give me the first comment that you might want to add here under agency-wide capacity? And of course, I can move around between the 4 categories, so that's not a problem as well. So anybody want to give me a comment about the overall capacity of the agency to effectively implement its program that you're considering? Is Chris there? Have we lost Chris?
I think we may have.
Okay, we'll go forward and he can come as he can heal. I'm sure he's working to get back on, log back in. So any comments from this body regarding overall agency capacity?
I'm looking at the award letter, and I don't remember if I saw, and maybe because of the presentations were a little bit different. There was a comment about testimonials from program stakeholders, such as parents and school officials.
Yeah, we probably won't hold them accountable to that this year. Okay.
Samantha just put one up. No improvement in grant writing or fundraising.
And then I'll be specific about it when I go to, like I've always said, I'll look between last year, this year comparison. Any other comments, agency-wide comments?
Succession plan. She mentioned that they were going to be working on it. And that was something that I suppose they should have been working on from the last time.
I would suggest they provide an update next time, whether it's completed or you would anticipate it be completed.
Okay. Okay. Did you want me to say something? So yeah, kind of basically limited. I'm just gonna put this word improvement, but I won't be using that word. But just they didn't. It's still the same. There's no didn't demonstrate progress. I think that's probably even better.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Anything else?
Hey,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I thought they did a terrific job on answering
Has
all
joined the
of our
meeting.
questions. Really good. It really resolved a lot of my questions about the program, and it seemed to me to be a real strong program. But that's not capacity, is it?
I mean, that's program design. And then, you know, but it's okay whether it's in a category. I kind of put those category just the
Yeah,
prompt.
sorry.
The prompt does more so than anything. Um,
I thought they did a very good, well, that's the design again, documentation of the
okay.
need. And they had really strong goals and objectives. The capacity is just the fundraising and grant writing, or lack thereof.
Okay. There was something you said they did a terrific job, but I didn't hear the
Now I
entire.
can't unmute. Now I can't mute.
But
For
Samantha,
some
you
reason it doesn't want me to do anything.
really? But Samantha, you mentioned that they did a terrific job, and I didn't get the full comment unless another team member did.
Oh,
They did a terrific.
answering our questions. I thought they did a very good job of answering our questions. And I thought that their application used very good graphics and documentation of need.
Okay.
And excellent goals and objectives.
And that's is that program or agency wide? I put it under
Say that
program.
program, yeah.
Okay. So we're fine.
Yeah.
And
Try to mute again. I don't know. Now with our pictures squished up into the corners, I have trouble getting mute and unmute. So I'm gonna try to.
but we've been fine. We haven't had I'm not having any static. Are you guys experiencing static, Margot or Chris? So we're fine.
Okay.
We're fine right now. Look like did we lose Michelle?
No, she's here.
She's here.
Okay, fantastic. Okay.
Multiple people being unmuted and pushing papers. So just remember that.
I couldn't hear what Virginia was saying. It sounded like she was underwater. But I think it was something to the effect of pushing papers and that providing some background noise. So just being aware of when you're moving things around.
Okay. Any other, so we've got 4 comments about agency capacity, 3 about program design.
One that I
Yes.
wanted to add, I think it's agency design with
Okay.
defining their target population. I think that was, they did a good job with that as well, sharing who is going to benefit from what they're providing.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think they did a good job of explaining why they changed the name, the mascot and the character to what they're actually trying to do, explaining how the program and everything.
Okay. Or something to that effect. I'll fix it. Anything about impact of COVID? Do you think they clearly thought out how to implement the program in the era of COVID-19, or is there anything you want to say about that?
I thought they did a good job. This how it was going to affect them. Even knowing that there's a possibility that they will be able to add the extra schools that they to include.
Okay.
Miss Pat,
Yes, ma'am.
to add to that, I thought they did a really good job when they were talking about the standardized testing. They may have to remove it because all the students won't have the technology, and how they use the summer as a pilot to try to see how they can implement the program through the for the fall and what they'll need to change. So I thought they were thinking ahead and how they were trying to take a small subset to try to determine how they can move forward.
I'm trying to figure out how to say that.
Yeah, and those are really good points. I'm saving mine for when it comes to justification for the CHSP funding, because to that point, I thought it was very detailed in how they laid that out and how they were going to respond to COVID and what changes they were going to implement for having to respond to that. So to Michelle's point, when they talked about adjusting for the fall, they laid out increased teacher hours that they were going to need for the new platform. For us, and I even think to Samantha's point, they were very detailed in the hours, even to the week, for their site coordinator and their certified teachers.
Okay.
So I don't know whether that's justification for CHSP funding or before and COVID response, but just their level of detail for that and the way that they responded, I thought was.
And along the lines of what Michelle was saying earlier, it sounds like they've done a good job of working with the school system for appropriate evaluation tools.
Okay. I'm just saving. Anything else that you, before we move to the next one? So right now, overall agency capacity, agency did not demonstrate improvements in grant writing and fundraising efforts. And also a similar concern about the succession plan. They did a terrific job of thoroughly answering the questions. Application included excellent graphs and data that clearly documented the needs of the target population. You also said this appears to be a strong, a detailed program. Clearly documented the need for the program, already stated, strong program goals and objectives. Clearly, agency clearly defined the program's target population, and you thought it was a good, you just commended them on changing the name of the program. And in reference to COVID, you're saying they clearly explain how to, I'm going to just talk about how the virus will impact their program, how they've adjusted that program, and demonstrated an ability to continue to provide those services. And that they're utilizing something about the summer. This one here, Michelle, I wasn't totally clear about utilizing the summer as a pilot. You said a lot of things in that one in your breath when you spoke about that. But can you clarify your point to me regarding this?
They said that they were going to use this summer as a pilot program to try to see if they would be able to continue the program or what they needed to modify for the fall.
Okay.
With and they said that all the students must have access to the technology, and they were trying to see if they were going to have to bring up what metrics and what they were going to have to change.
Okay, kind of similar to what you said earlier. Okay. And then the next one, just justification, you're saying that they've actually in their budget, the budget reflects the adjustments in the program based on any impact of the COVID-19, and that they gave you clear, detailed explanations about the funding requests. You also talked about that the agency has demonstrated an excellent collaborative partnership with the schools. So are we saying then that they clearly justified the need for the funding, or anything else? Do you want to say anything else about funding requests, or move on to the next agency, Lutheran? Yes, Michelle?
When I was saying about the summer, they were saying that they were going to use the summer to see if they were going to have to remove the standardized testing to make it work, and now we're going to use it for the pilot. I think that's what I was getting at.
Okay, okay. I probably won't be that specific. I'll probably keep that about program adjustments because, okay, this is fine. Anything else before we move to Lutheran? Okay. Thank you. Let me do one last save. And then we'll go to Lutheran. And Lutheran, we have the Kids Safe program. So that's really the car seat program. Okay. Anything about the overall agency that you would like to add?
I just want to say that last year's award letter really didn't pertain to this program, I don't think. It was for computer renovations or refurbishing.
You may have that board letter from team 2.
I think it was more than one because I got the kids.
Yeah, they're on 2 teams. They're on team. Can you any comments from the award letter from last year that is applicable to this year?
There was one, and I think they responded to it. Second year concern says it appears that only 30% of the program's budget goes toward purchasing the car seats. And so, of course, administrative costs appear disproportionate. They did explain something to the effect that they weren't able to buy them in bulk because they're not buying as many. So they wouldn't have been able to get them at the reduced cost. But I thought they explained that well.
I'm not clear.
I think that, so from the,
because we're talking, do you guys think that explains I mean, just to hear from the rest of the committee members about that comment about the concern of, I guess you said last year's review team had concern about the administrative costs versus how much money is spent on direct purchasing of the car seats?
yes, let's see, let me read that. Okay, no, I read that incorrectly.
Okay, all right. Anything, any other comments about that you would like to add regarding the
Capacity?
Yeah, capacity.
I thought that it sounds like they have a new ED, and she was eager to try to develop relationships and partnerships with the hospital, which I think would be a big plus for the agency. They're trying to do more fundraising and have an annual fundraiser with Young Actors Theater, but it had to be canceled. So I don't want to say anything negative about their fund
Yeah.
right now. But the PD said again, but she has some ideas for more fundraising and hopes to serve more than 60 families in the future.
Okay.
On the awards letter, one of the points made was about the board diversity.
Mm-hmm.
With the explanation that they provided, they have no control really over the board, but they were working with developing an advisory board that I think hopefully would be a little bit more diversified.
As far as the there's a 51% and 50, so there is some control. You can't really because they said 51% have to be Lutheran.
Right.
So it's not necessarily and the other thing you can commit, I think ought to separate between the advisory committee and the board, because the board is the only one that has the policy control, and advisory can only suggest. So maybe separate that. And then you could still commend them, commend efforts to start an advisory
Right.
board to gain. And I'm thinking more what you're talking about, that really gain some other input.
Different perspectives.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, she kept saying lived experiences is what they were looking to get through the diversification of their board. But to me, I felt like it was just dancing around, really the explanation of why, Pat's point, if you only need 51% Lutheran, you should still be able to get significant diversification of your board. But I mean, I understand that that can be challenging, and I don't know if we put that in there. We understand the restrictions, but still believe continued effort should be made to diversify your board.
I'll just put something, because you're saying using the 50%, the 49%, basically they could use that 49% flexibility, or I'll put it more strongly because it'll be according to the bylaws. Or I'll basically cite the bylaws themselves. According to the bylaws, use that particular percentage to diversify the board. Okay, any other comments? And we can, like I said, jump from one to the other. How about program design? Do you think it's an effective program in reference to how it's designed? Did they clearly document the need for the program? Did they clearly document the target population? And did they clearly document? You're actually going to have to go into even with the application. So did they clearly demonstrate how the program benefits its consumers? Which is probably pretty straightforward here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a car seat for someone who needs it. I mean,
yeah.
So yes, they clearly did that. And to me, they answered the question before about being able to buy in bulk, and they cited the cash flow issue and also a storage issue. So to me, there's only so much they can do when it comes to getting these. I would still hope that they would be working to become more creative.
I'm surprised they didn't try to partner with like a car dealership because they would eat up the publicity and they have plenty of money for things like that.
I'm not sure I felt, and maybe this is just me, so I'll listen to the other team members, that they answered, or that I felt comfortable with their ability. They still set their goal at 60 for this next year, but when we started pressing about COVID and how they're going to respond to that, because I think they said they only got 47 last year, they just said, yeah, we're still gonna do it, we're still gonna do it. But it was like they took, like the numbers were down, so I was waiting to hear for how they were going to achieve that in the next year, but I don't know that I felt that that question was answered. Did I miss? Anyone else feel that or agree? Yes, Michelle's shaking her head.
Well, we did talk about getting new partners like midwives and referrals.
Yeah, they said they were open to midwives, is what I, or receptive to the idea of working with midwives. Yeah.
So does that comment reflect what you're saying, Chris?
Yeah, and I was looking for a more detailed plan in how they were going to achieve that goal. Or steps, what actions, it's one thing to hope for that number, but like how exactly was this going to be achieved?
Miss Pat, it was 47.
Yeah, 47, sorry.
So it was 47, and then they said the goal would be to 60. Okay. Okay. Do you want to have any comment about the COVID-19 as well as funding justification? Those are two other areas.
To Samantha's, Samantha talked about the impact of COVID having for their fundraiser with the Young Actor Studio that was canceled.
And that's everybody, every fundraiser. Do you
Right.
feel like that you need to state that on this board letter?
Well, where are they going to go for? I don't think they really laid out additional fundraising ideas.
The executive director said she had some ideas for increasing their fundraising, but there were no specifics.
I would also suggest in there is, whether or not they could try and apply for other grants.
Okay. And, as far as okay, because the fundraising directly impacts the ability to get the resources necessary to implement the program. That's what you guys are saying. How about justification for CHSP the CHSP funding requests? Any comment about that?
Let's see. I mean, obviously, you're buying car seats. The amount of car seats would relate to the number of clients you serve. So I would say that they justify it.
So is that the will of the whole committee?
Yeah, I mean, you can say it's justifiable. I don't know how comfortable I am supporting their request, but it's
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we've already talked about how they served fewer clients last year, and they don't have a plan that they could reveal to us how they're going to change that situation. So I would not say that they really justify the funding request.
So you're saying that they didn't, Samantha?
Yeah, but I don't feel so strongly that if other people don't support that.
You can say that they explained it, even if you don't
Yeah.
want to say justify. And again, make sure you're getting that directly out of the application, because that's when we need to actually be looking at that CHSP funding request, that they delineate exactly how they plan to spend the money and why they need to spend that money. So that should come directly from that page and not from our memories, okay? So we can say they explained the need for clearly explained the need for the funding, but justification is a different word.
Mhm.
Okay.
Let's see what they said.
So here, kind of summarizing this one, the new executive director appears to have new ideas for strengthening the program by building additional partnerships and securing additional resources. I mean, that's what kind of in a general way that was presented.
Okay.
So she has ideas, goals to increase the number of families. One of them was that they do have this. They have a goal to increase the number of families served. And then we talked regarding the board that they should utilize that 49% flexibility in their bylaws to increase the number of to increase the representation on the board, diversity on the board. And I'll look at the board and be specific about what that means racially, or it could even be about skill sets as well. And that you commend their efforts for starting an advisory board in order to gain additional perspectives and input, including particularly consumer participation and consumer input. As far as the program design, they clearly documented the need for the program. You encourage them to continue efforts to address challenges regarding purchasing, bulk purchasing, as well as storage capacity. You suggest that they explore efforts to collaborate with local car dealerships as a way of increasing program resources and donation of car seats. And you're unclear. They are saying that they will increase the goal from 47 to 60 car seats, but they did not provide clear details of how they would meet this particular goal.
Mhm.
As far as COVID, that you are concerned that they had to cancel their major fundraiser and they did not present a solid plan regarding how to make up those funds through other alternative methods. You strongly suggest that they therefore explore other opportunities to raise funds by creative fundraising efforts as well as grant writing. And then you said that regarding the CHSP funding, they clearly explained the need but you still are concerned that the agency served fewer clients last year and did not speak about a solid plan of how they would address that issue. Any other comments before we go to Children's Home Society? Okay. I'm doing my last save and we'll go on to Children's Home Society now.
Pat, on Children's Home Society, they have 2 programs.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
we never heard anything in the presentation about the VOCA program. And I don't know. I have some real questions about that, but I think that I'm jumping the gun. I just wanted to point that out, that they have 2 programs.
Yeah.
And then go to the capacity.
Okay. So we'll start with agency overall capacity. And again, if you could, I think Margot has the award letters out. If there's anything, Margot, if you could be in charge of the award letters for all the agencies regarding if there's something that we need to carry over or consider. Let's see if there were any issues addressed, both positive as well as constructive feedback and suggestions. Okay, I'm ready to write when you guys are ready to tell me what to write. Overall agency capacity.
There was a comment on last year's award letter about the cost per client rate appearing high. And wasn't that the issue this time?
Was that with early steps or did they issue early steps? How much is the cost per client rate right now? Michelle, can you check that out? Let's see what the current cost per client rate so we can kind of do some comparison. So what's the cost per client rate for that? Michelle, have you gotten to it yet? No.
No, ma'am.
Not yet. Michelle, Margot, you want to read that comment specifically to us, please?
Okay, it says, given that this is a case management program that connects clients with essential community resources, the cost per client rate appears high. In the next CHSP grant cycle, please explain the specific factors that cause the cost per client rate to be so high.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost $2,800 a client.
I don't know what was, Nita, since you got that, can you look at what was last year's cost per client rate to see what the comparison, if there's any comparison or difference?
Okay.
Have they reduced the costs or do you guys still consider? Because I think, how many people are they proposing to serve? So do you guys feel like that's a comment that should be carried over onto this team, onto this, for this fiscal year?
I wanted to get those numbers in front of us before we.
Okay. Absolutely.
I'm sorry, before I move forward, that was for Treehouse, right? Oh, early steps, okay.
Early steps, yeah.
Early steps. Thank you, Nita.
I said service 526.
Okay, 526. So do you have the cost per client? Whoever just spoke, was that Melinda? not sure who spoke, but what's the
Did you
cost?
say 2,700, I think?
Oh, yeah, that's right. She said 2,800. Did Anita say 27 or 28?
Anita said 2,800, and I said there's 526 clients serviced.
Okay. And then Anita's looking at, she's looking at the last grant cycle to see what the cost per client rate. Any other comments while your colleagues are looking up that data?
It actually went up by about $150. Last application cycle, it was 2,600 and some change.
Okay, so it actually increased. Is
Yeah.
that a concern that you want to carry over, or do you want them to explain why?
Yeah, I think there should be an explanation, especially if it continues to increase.
Your app that you have now, I want you to uninstall it. Install through my filing store. That version.
Some background on someone's video.
Show you how to.
Sounds like they're getting some technical assistance on computers.
It's not me.
I'm the only one in this room.
So I don't know where is that coming from.
To the agency capacity, I thought that their budget information was very confusing. And I think the questions that
Well, she actually, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go
I
ahead.
don't think that a whole lot was clarified. I thought it was very confusing. And remember, they then wanted an opportunity to submit more information to explain.
They did submit that, and I think that Anita Sala did, Virginia did. They sent an email to us, right?
That was
They did.
different. I think that was the Early Learning Coalition the email that I read.
No, Sika did send something. I
Can
can
you-
look through my email.
Yeah. Can you send that to everybody, Anita, if you don't mind? Once you, or Virginia, whatever is easiest to get that to us, or you could tell us what it is if it's very simple. The budget.
Remember,
Yeah,
there was
wasn't it?
I think they said, was it incorrect? Let's see what they did.
there
Yeah.
was a typo in their budget.
Let's see.
They said it should have been 2.286 million, I think, and they were going to go back and correct that figure.
And what was it compared to what was the big?
Oh, let's see. I had written down.
She actually uploaded to her agency profile, so you should be able to go into their profile and notes and communications and see it there.
Because it wasn't a budget worksheet. Sala, can you open that up as well, Sala?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, okay.
Last fiscal year, their budget was 1.49.
So that program.
Yeah, they said that was a typo, but that doesn't sound like much of a typo because now they said their normal funding for state funding is 2.286. Whatever they had last year was wrong.
I think that's what she was trying to clarify, because we were looking at, and I believe we brought it up, that there was a very large budget increase from last year to the current year, basically doubled, and she said that was incorrect, and that I think last year was supposed to be 2.286. And the current year of what is it, 2.9, and the proposed of 2.88 was still correct. Was that information that you guys received from the corrected?
In the notes, so they put the corrected information. I'm not able to see that. That's my challenge, because when I'm on here, I can't go into the application back and forth because it can mess mess us up if I do that. I tried to do that. It could, I don't want
Form
to.
that was uploaded.
And is it another budget worksheet form?
It's a combination of things. It's a 3-page document. So the first one explains the big jump in budget for current year. And it says the budget that was submitted did not include revenue from state and federal that was allocated to the Western counties.
Well, do we want to just say that?
Reflected that they submitted only reflected the money that was provided to Tallahassee. The correct amount for both should have been $2.2 million and $145,000 for federal Medicaid. So the corrected budget. Can I share my page? Would that work?
Well,
If you can go on another device to the agency notes, you can see all that.
yeah.
It's still very confusing to me.
So what's the conclusion? Okay, I guess after you've seen it, do you still feel confused?
Yes.
What's the conclusion? So we can move from it. The budget information included in the application was inaccurate and the additional information. I don't know, do you think
provide clarification?
Example, they said in this explanation, the request for additional amount of request for funding on this document that they just submitted was so that they could get some, do some additional services. But in their application, it says that it's used to support a full-time FTEE for the client coordinator or something like that.
so the funding request itself was conflictual?
Well, the addition supplemental information conflicts with the application. I thought they did explain that the budget did not increase and that there were no positions. Explain that during the presentation. I don't know why they sent all of this information.
That made it okay instead of the specific issue. And then example would be example.
Oh. Additional information says conflicted with the application regarding the request for additional.
Okay. All right. Anything else about the agency capacity? Or we've kind of moved around. So the budget information we've talked about in the next cycle clearly explain the rationale for the cost per client rate. It appears to be high considering that this is a case management program. We've also said that again, that's kind of you won't see these categories in the award letters, as you know, but the supplemental information conflicts with the information provided in the application, and that's specific to the additional funding requests. Okay. Anything else you'd like to put in there? What do you think about the program itself? Did they clearly document the need for the program? Did they clearly define the target population? Recognize that they does this program address those needs in a meaningful way? And did they clearly give you clear outcomes that demonstrates how the program directly benefits its consumers? And that would come from the you need to go to the outcome data collection table in the CHSP application. Answer that question about outcomes.
I feel like I feel like this, the outcomes were not very desirable. It's funny, my gut tells me this is a very important program, but the application does not.
Mm. So when you say that the outcome, and I'll look at the outcomes because we're talking about outcome data collection table, so I can specifically did not clearly demonstrate the benefits.
For example, okay, this goes back to the first comment I gave you about an example about the application conflicting with the additional information.
Right.
What they sought in their application, what they sought, the additional funding was for the independent support coordinator. They want to make that full time. And then, but in their outcome table, I guess the long-term goal is just to be assessed before a child exits the program. Otherwise, I didn't have a problem with their measurement framework.
Okay. So we assess. So the second bullet I would need to eliminate, right? Is that what you're saying?
The second
Bullet under that says the outcomes did not clearly demonstrate how the program benefits its participants.
right. I don't think that's exactly true. Yeah.
We're really talking about example of the long-term outcome does not show. Okay. And then I'll cite that specifically when I go into the, I actually will go.
True. I quoted from in my notes, I quoted and said, what they said in their application was every child who exits the ESP Early Steps program on target developmentally saves the Leon County School District money otherwise spent on special ed. Well, that is terrific. But then they don't say how many students achieve that. They don't.
Okay.
Target development. So that bothers me.
So the program goal.
I have a problem with their outcome measurement.
So the program goal, you're looking at how the program, the long-term goal, are we looking at the outcome data collection table, Samantha? You're specifically citing that long-term outcome goal?
I think.
Or program goal versus program goals. You're looking at the program's goal, and you're also in comparison to what they're measuring.
1.6 is just to be assessed before you exit the program. I thought that was pretty weak.
Okay, so what I need to do.
They also said 7% of them met the IEP goal. So they didn't need the Leon County services.
And say that again, Michelle.
After she talked about the tentative ratio of 1.61 to 65, she said that the 7% of the clients met the IEP goal, so they didn't need the Leon County school services.
Is that in the application, or is that a comment she made?
She stated that because the budget wasn't accurately reflected. So she stated that during the presentation.
So she said 70% of the participants met their IEP goal.
7.
Yeah. 7%.
7% met their IEP goals, and they didn't need Leon County school services. Thought that was kind of
For
low.
VPK, right?
So 7% met their
IEP goals.
IEP goals and
But
did
did
not.
not transition to Leon County Schools.
Hmm.
She said that they didn't need the services from Leon County Schools.
That means that the issue was remedied. That's what that means.
Yes.
So
But they're taking children with disabilities.
yeah, I'm trying to understand. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what
It's just
comment am I
very
trying to say here?
So if you look at their outcome table in the application, and this is what I think she was trying to get into, because we asked more about the outcome numbers and if she could lay those out for us. And it says their long-term goal, it says during the grant year, 162, so she says we had a total of 162 children exit the program, and of those 162, they conducted 112 assessments to determine the need for ongoing services. And I think that's where they came up with that 7% did not meet whatever the threshold was, but that was a comment that wasn't in the application. So in the application, they only lay out the number of assessments that were conducted, and then it just says the remaining 50, so the difference between the 162 and the 112, did not receive an assessment prior to exiting the program because they were unable to locate the family. But there's no outcome here in the application on the success rate of the assessment. It just says we assess this number, and there's no
I
summary
totally
there.
get you. Okay. So let me, thank you. So I will actually cite the outcome data collection table itself when I go back. I will actually, I understand exactly what you're saying, because it's a activity. It's not a conclusion. It's just an activity. It's not an outcome.
And not only that, Pat, just the language, it's projecting, it's proposing, it's not stating what actually happened. They're
Okay.
saying this will happen or they will be assessed.
Yeah. And I feel the same way Samantha, I believe, feels or mentioned, that when I look at the application and I look at the services that they're providing and the agency, to me, it's a very important service I think that they're providing, but the justification in the application lacks the level of detail for me to be a strong application. And so there's some pieces in here that I think they could just clarify on what they're actually accomplishing with those outcomes and the savings that they're providing, the local school district, that would make it a stronger application.
Okay.
The 62% that she said of the students that were developmentally delayed, they like that wasn't from their own screening. That was something that was from some study or something. I'm trying to see what I wrote something about that.
Was that a note or was that in the application? Was that something you heard her reference in her presentation?
No, it was in the application because these are application notes. These are presentation notes. It was in the application. And I asked them, I think I asked them about that.
What was that concern?
I didn't, my concern was it sounded more like a generalization. It didn't seem like it was something that they actually got the metrics from their program, because it cited I believe it's cited someplace else. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Yes, I quoted that too. Early interventions.
Yeah, it wasn't their metric. It was something. Did you say it, Miss Samantha? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I copied it. It said, but I can't tell you exactly where. I think it was in maybe in justification. I'm not sure, but anyway, it said early intervention saves $7.16 per dollar spent. And then every child who exits the ESP on target developmentally saves school district money otherwise spent on special ed, but it didn't say whether or not they did it.
Right. I think it was under 1.3 program client demographics.
So what point are you trying to get me to write? So kind of keep it focused on what's the statement here? Now, probably it's not uncommon for the school psychologists. Normally they do an assessment of the kids when they're getting ready to enter school, the Leon County schools, particularly if they're special needs children. It's normally the school board's responsibility to complete that transitional kinds of assessment to determine what's the best placements and resources so they could create an IEP plan for the child. So that's kind of the norm that happens. That would be the school board more likely. So that's not a concern, is it? Or what concern do you have? Because that's probably the normal protocol for most schools.
I just didn't get the impression that those were from the clients that they're serving. I felt like that was a statistic that was.
Oh, it's a general statistic.
Right. I thought it felt like it was a
clients.
generalization that wasn't taken from the pool of applicants and clients that they serve.
Okay. So, and that data was coming, where is that data in the application? Is that social return on?
I think it was in the program client demographics. I've got it 1.3 and I've got it written out in that section. Okay.
1.4.
Yeah, I'm in 1 point. It's not in 1.3. I'm looking at it right now.
And it's 1.4. I know it's somewhere. It's
when they're doing needs assessment, they can give you state data, local data. Now, the social return on investment is a section where they're reporting specific to their program. So there is an appropriate place in there to give you the Leon County data. But yet, if you want to look at program specific regarding the clients that they serve, that would be in this section under program evaluation on social return on investment specific to the clients that they serve. So the needs assessment would have more. It probably would be more of your. Hopefully, is it local data?
No, it's national. And
oh, it's not local data. Oh.
It's national, Ms. Pat.
And it's actually asked for, okay, so I'll look at that section specific, okay. And you said that you think that's section 1.4?
Yeah, it's page 23 of 62 in the application, so, but it's in 1.4. It's number 1 under documentation of need.
Okay, great. So I'll go in there and look at it specifically so I can cite the language, okay? So we can move from that one and go to the next item. Any other comments you want to make? So we've got agency capacity. We got 2 comments, mostly regarding the budget and inconsistency with what the even with the information that was presented afterwards conflicted with what's in the application. You're saying we already talked about rationale for the cost per client. Again, you want me to go into the outcome data collection table. I'll look at every single outcome, including short-term, intermediate, and long-term outcomes to determine if they actually gave you specific data regarding outcomes so that you can see how the program directly benefited its participants. So I'll look at that. That you felt like, let me get my husband, he's talking too loud. He's walking out the door, poor guy. While you felt like this was an important program, you felt like the application itself lacked specific information, and I'll have to go into the application program description and comb it so I can give even more specific, but you feel like they need to strengthen the application by providing more details. And then again, the need, look at documentation of need, because that was national data. However, the application, the grant requires the agency to provide local data. You can use national data to compare state or local data, but it in itself is not specific to our community. And then we said again, the funding information regarding the CHSP request was confusing. And so here we are. So I don't know if you want to have anything specific to the COVID-19. Do you have any comments about what was stated regarding the COVID-19 virus?
Let's see.
And I didn't have anything here about COVID. I don't know if we just went directly into the budget discussion, but in my notes, I was trying to look at that this morning. And
Yeah, I agree. I didn't have anything with COVID either.
Me neither.
She only made a comment. She said they were in the process of establishing what the fundraising would look like, given today's present, but it wasn't anything specific. So I didn't think that they thought about it a lot.
Yeah, I didn't, yeah, okay. So
I think that's something that as a group, we just say, we hope you continue to monitor the situation and develop a plan, and be prepared to on how you implemented that plan.
Yeah, I think they need to start trying. It's important for them to develop it, because if there's a second wave or this stuff gets worse, then they get this funding. How are they gonna? The children are gonna come out. It's gonna, need to start putting something together. A lot of feedback.
okay. Did you want to say anything else about the CHSP funding requests beyond what you said, that the supplemental information conflicts with the information provided in the application? Is there anything else you wanted to add to that, or leave it as it is? You okay? Okay.
Miss Pat.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted, since we're on them, since they didn't discuss the other program,
Yeah.
I started to write along the line that the vertical, but they didn't discuss the program. You want us to put a zeros, or how do we do that?
No, I mean, you can't put zeros. You gotta make it specific to the application. That's all. You have to do your evaluation to the application itself, because that's the only information you have. But that is the primary information you have, is the application. So you're going to evaluate it based on what's in that application regarding the VOCA program. Is there any comment that anyone may want to make about the VOCA? I think we ought to at least go into the outcome evaluation to see what their outcomes were regarding VOCA. Because right now we said this specific to all of this is the early steps. Let me make sure any specific comments about the VOCA program. We do need to have something in there about the VOCA.
I was confused about the VOCA program because it indicated in the in the application that it serves 475 clients. But then in the application, it says that only 44 required a sexual assault exam. So I'm wondering what services do the remainder of all of those children receive? And the purpose of the program is for victims of sexual abuse from non-caretaker. Also, it said that there was I saw no time requirement for any of the sexual assault and no explanation for an increase in the request for funding. From my comments from reading the application.
So say that last comment.
That's from the outcome table. She's referencing the outcome table, Pat.
Go ahead.
Am I allowed to
sorry.
run to the restroom and come back or no?
Yeah, of course. How about we just take a 5-minute, but all you do is don't go out the system, just put yourself on
I'm
mute.
literally just gonna take my headphones and put them down and run and come right back.
Okay, we'll keep it going then. We won't take does anybody else want a couple minutes of break? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break and we start back at 10:35. And don't just if you want to do mute, do that or something like that. But go ahead. We'll take a 5 minutes with the VOCA.
So did you get what the point Samantha was making about the outcome measures?
That's what I'm trying to, I know she said about the data in the application was confusing. For example, the client demographics indicated that the program would serve, and then she had some numbers here. And then, so I'm trying to clarify that now with you.
Right, so it claimed clients served were 484, but of those, only 44 required, it appears, actual services, sexual assault examination, which was provided by our on-site. So to our question being, what other services were the 484 being given?
Now, they submitted that additional supplemental information, and that's pretty clear that they do provide a lot of other services, and that only the reason the sexual assault exams are so low is they have to be given within 72 hours or they're not effective. So if kids come in and it's been more than 72 hours, which is the vast majority of, then they still get all kinds of services like trauma, testing, and counseling, advocacy, forensic interviews, all kinds of services, but it's not disclosed in the application.
Okay, so I need to again look at what was provided in the handout versus the application.
Right.
Okay.
So I don't have the same questions about the program, but the application was very clearly done.
Yeah, and in reality, to be fair with everybody else, while they can give you clarification and budget, you be honest with you, you basically can only consider what's in the application, because that would be giving another organization additional time over another organizations, and we can't do that because of equity. So just to be aware of that.
Mm-hmm. Right. So the application is lacking.
Okay. And then there was a comment about the outcome data collection table. And was there a comment similar, Margot? Was there any comment about this issue last year in the award letter regarding the data, regarding the fact that 484 clients were served, but it was just unclear. 44 were given the rape assessments, but the others, it was unclear about what happens, what kind of services are provided to the remaining balance of clients. Just I didn't know if there was something in the award letter from last year.
I don't see an award for VOCA other than for the 1920, there's only one in there for early steps.
Well, it would be on the same team. So VOCA is always on team 1.
Okay.
And there is funding. Maybe they didn't, maybe they didn't make a comment. Maybe they didn't, I would be surprised. But Anita, can you check that out?
There was something related to outcome, but it was, the example given was clarify the term special education services.
Okay. We'll go on with VOCA. I think, Samantha, you had another comment about the outcome data collection table. Was there I wrote that down before we took a break. Was there a comment that you wanted me to respond to or add here?
Well, I think that it was so vague and incomplete because it talked about serving 475 clients, and the only number of that was described were 44 clients who received sexual assault exams. There was no explanation for what services are provided to the remainder clients.
Okay.
And why no more were examined. It looks like they couldn't do their job from the application.
And like you say, probably more about clarification of data, just being more specific. Don't worry about that. Okay. 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 So, does that wrap up for Children's Services, or do anything else anyone wants to say about the VOCA program? Nope. Okay, we'll move to Capital Community Action Agency Head Start program now. Okay.
Okay, I have the award letter.
Okay.
One of the third year concern was that their fundraising and grant writing activities, including applications that were outdated. And one of the questions that they received was related to that. And they said that they were not permitted to do fundraising. It was a regulatory issue. It didn't state what.
This was good. I can make a positive statement. Grant, let's see, a grant draws down 4 times matching funds from the Department of Health and Human Services.
Four to one, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
so that'd be under capacity.
Okay.
I just realized I was on mute as I was talking when you first started here.
Okay. I do that all the time.
I was over here looking at my other screen talking, trying to make a point and not even realizing I'm looking. My point was on the COVID. They had gotten a grant for PPE.
Yeah.
And the point I made before was, I think another, and I'd have to go back and look, but another organization mentioned that they also have received some COVID grants, I think for salary dollars. But that to me shows a well-run organization, that they are aware that those funds are available and that they are going after, to the best of their ability, what's out there.
Another response they had in regard to COVID-19 was that they were having discussions about providing care in the classrooms.
About providing what?
Providing care in their classroom, keeping the kids safe.
I'm not quite sure how to write that. Say care in the classroom, because that's a regular requirement. So I don't, what was it beyond? When we're saying care, what are we saying? What kind of care that goes beyond that?
Extra care in the classrooms. And I would think, I don't remember if she actually said what that was, but I mean, just the extra things that they have to do with cleaning, making sure that the kids are social distancing.
I gotcha. Okay.
With the regulatory about the fundraising, Tim did mention something, but kind of brushed through it and seemed like he was irritated. So I couldn't write down what he said.
I had some concerns about the budget that maybe coincide with that, with what you just said. One is their budget is erroneous because it includes non-cash items.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And it's got a huge miscellaneous expense section. I can't remember. I didn't write down the amount, but it was way too big. And I did not feel that there was a satisfactory explanation. They rattled off a bunch of numbers, and that's what maybe Michelle, you couldn't, or Margot, you could. I tried to write them all. I just couldn't get it down either. But that should have all been detailed in the budget, not in miscellaneous expenses. And then they did say they're not permitted to fund it.
And
Didn't you mention something about, because we tried to get into the miscellaneous or the in-kind figures, and you said they don't need to detail the in-kind? Or there was,
Opposite. I said the opposite. It's a mandatory requirement that they itemize the miscellaneous. So miscellaneous should be specific. It should be specific and only be in there if the other categories. If you can't put it in other categories in the CHSP worksheet, then you put it in miscellaneous. But miscellaneous is the itemization of expenditures.
for the in-kind services, and I think that's what they were valuing.
No, in-kind cannot, the CHSP budget is a cash budget only. No in-kind should be included in that budget. That is not cash.
I suspect what they did is because they included the non-cash items in their revenues, then they had all this extra money they didn't know what to do with down there when it came down to the bottom line on their expenses. So they just said, oh, we'll have expenses of miscellaneous expenses of $450,000. Whatever.
Yeah.
Don't you think that's what they were doing?
Yeah, because you would have to, because you have to have a balanced budget. So it would have forced you to create expenditures to spend money that's not real, because in-kind money is not, you can't expend an in-kind donation. So
There is a spot on the application.
so this is actually, just so you'll know, this becomes a finding.
Okay.
And then I'll be specific about, because looking at that budget and addressing that. But it becomes a finding.
They should just remove the in-kind from their cash, from their revenue side. I mean, that shouldn't be included in the budget.
Exactly. And CHSP, just for historical knowledge, has never, ever allowed agencies to include in-kind. That's why we have that program specific section where you can you can demonstrate in-kind, but it's not cash. It's not a cash budget. Okay.
Let's see.
Ms. Pat,
Yes, ma'am.
this, when they were talking about the services,
Yes.
when they were detailing out the cost is for occupational speech and mental health services, I got a little confused because the one that they stated when they came back around to, what's that? Speech therapy. First they said $92 per visit. Then they came back and said $192. They said the occupational was $80 per visit for 25 students, $92 a visit. And then they came back and said $192 for 35 students. The contractors for the healthcare services was $100 per visit. I don't know if it was just an honest mistake when they were going back over it, or if they were just trying to make these numbers jump.
So in the CHSP request, is that was any details included in the CHSP funding request? I think there's a lump sum that says direct, if someone could open up the CHSP funding request and kind of give us an overview of what they put in there for what they're requesting for CHSP.
Professional fees of $32,150.
And does it tell you?
Children's healthcare service providers is $30,710, and childcare providers is $1,440.
So it does not break down okay, so that's what we'll deal with. We'll deal with that. The CHSP request was not delineated, did not provide specific details. Oh, I put it in the wrong place, but that's okay.
And Pat, you Yeah, to that, you may want to add specifically on professional fees, because that's where the additional detail is needed. They break out, so it says compensation and benefits, and it has a dollar amount, and it says 50% of compensation and benefits for parent engagement coordinator. And then it says professional fees, and it gives a dollar amount,
Right.
and it just says children's health service providers X, and then child care providers X.
Right, and they explained that during the presentation, but it's not in the application. I don't know how well they explained it, but I was not very satisfied with any of their explanations. It's too bad. Another really good program.
Mm-hmm.
A very poor presentation.
Well,
I wasn't sure what the program's about. I mean, you know, yes, I know what Head Start is, but when I was reading the program description, it was a lot of generalities.
I would agree.
okay. How about outcomes? If somebody could go and look at outcomes. Also, do you think that somebody look at outcomes and also someone looks at the need justification statement, the needs assessment? Did they clearly did they clearly document the need for the program from a local perspective? And also, did the program outcome findings in the outcome data collection table clearly describe how the program directly benefits its participants? So those are two questions we need to answer in this section.
To me, it's the same thing as we talked about before. There are generalities here in their outcomes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I'll go.
Because they weren't specific. In most cases, they're saying, 100%, but we don't know 100% of it.
It didn't give you the client numbers?
No.
Okay.
No,
That's,
yeah, I mean, they say that they'll need evaluations, but then what's the success rate of those evaluations? What's coming from those evaluations?
They're not using local numbers, I don't think. I think they're just using national statistics. That's what I suspect.
It says the long-term goal is 20% of the children will stop needing therapy while in Head Start.
is that a goal or is that an outcome that you're quoting, Chris?
That's an outcome indicator.
Yeah, again, Pat, they did not give outcomes. They're giving goals.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow.
And it's so disappointing when it's such an important
Wow.
program.
Yeah, I know what to say because we actually gave how I don't know. I think the original due date, I mean, over a month extra time to do the app, about a month, right, Anita? Everybody was given almost a month extra time to complete the application. So, okay. So we talked about, okay, I'm gonna summarize what you have so far. Fourth year concern regarding fundraising. I know they stated that, but that I'm a little bit unclear about that because they have done fundraising in the past. Um, if you want them to actually, I think it may be important, and maybe because this comment keeps coming, that they actually need to show evidence of that. Because the committees keep concerned. Please, next year.
They did mention that it was a regulatory issue, but they never cited what regulatory issue it was.
Right.
So that they can, so we'll just say here that they have to provide the documentation itself so that the committee members can see that and in order to validate that comment. And you did want to commend them that they're utilizing CHSP funds to draw down 4-to-1 ratio. Finding regarding the budget worksheets were incorrectly prepared. They included in-kind non-cash items, which made it difficult to assess the budget. The budget became very difficult to assess that budget. And so regarding the program design, just the overall, the agency, the application lacked specific details and did not clearly explain the program. And I'll go into the sections on the program description and cite something specific examples. The outcome data collection table was general. It did not really include actual client outcomes. And then I'm also going to look into documentation and need, because you're saying that it looks like they cited national data and did not also provide local data documenting the need for the program. And then
You might
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me interrupt you on that. Outcome data collection table general did not include client numbers. You might say local.
Oh, well, the outcome data collection table would be their own program. It is their own program data.
Right, and it doesn't, yeah.
I'll go in it and look at it. I'm actually going to go to the outcome data collections table itself and give real specific examples. These are my notes to remind me what to look for.
Okay.
But the documentation of need is where they would actually give you the data for local data. I put a question mark so I could go go in there and validate whether or not that's a concern or not. And as far as COVID, you said that it's commendable that they are pursuing additional funding to address the current crisis. But I'm going to tell you your other comments about demonstrate a well-operated agency, your other comments are conflicting with that statement. So do you want that removed? Okay.
Oh yeah, you can take that part out.
Okay. And then the agency appears to be planning to take extra precautions in the classroom to ensure the safety of its students and I guess its teachers, etc. And you again here justification for the CHSP funding request. While they did provide details regarding the personnel, the professional fees they were not broken down. Although this details was provided during the presentation, it's important to include those details in the application as required. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Could you ask them to provide the documentation, because like I said, when the question was asked, Tim he said something really fast, almost like he was irritated with this question and he was defensive and he kind of rushed past it. I couldn't write it down. Maybe put in there that this question stop coming up if they provide the documentation submitted with their application, and then they won't have this issue.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna.
You're talking about those miscellaneous expenses
the fundraising that they can't, that he keeps talking about, they can't do it because of regulatory.
No, I just put in there next time, give the committee the specific documentation, and then it's not a debatable issue any further. Just if you say that you can't do any fundraising, then provide the regulatory whatever rule or whatever you're citing, give it to the committee so they can see it for themselves. And that clarifies it more so than anything we can say. Okay, so we'll go to the Dick Hauser next. I'm gonna set that one up real quickly. Anita, how many agencies do we have left on this team, or anybody can tell me that? I'm just curious. Just want to see how are we flowing pretty good with our time.
We've
We're
done,
on the 6th of 10.
oh,
And then we're on the 5th one now.
6 programs though, as far as comments.
Yeah, I believe it's someone else. I'd have to pull up the schedule.
I think we have 5 more, including this one that we're working on now for Dick Hauser.
I think this was a relatively good application. And I understand what they were doing, which is a big plus for me.
I think Kim was her name, did a really good job laying out their response to COVID. You know, applied for the PPE. I think she said and then like literally went down the dollar amounts for the different grants that they've received, from PPE for 174, a lean grant for 2,500, 10K from I think the United Way, another 2K for I think another grant. But anyway, she just went boom, boom.
Early Learning Coalition. Chris, the other 2 grant was from the Early Learning Coalition.
Okay. Yeah, she laid out that they didn't charge tuition until in May. You know, they closed for 8 days with that drop off. They had temperature checks. They had cleaning procedures in place. They were wearing masks. I mean, she literally was just hitting what I would expect someone to lay out. Pat, are you here? Did you drop off? Oh, it says due to low bandwidth, Pat.
Hey, Pat. Yeah.
In the outcome, because that was one of the questions that came about last time. One of the serious concerns was in regards to their outcome data collection table. I'll look at that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, let me just. All right. Okay. So let me share my document again. Oh, I guess we could still. Okay. Didn't think they were going to do it that quickly. Okay. Okay. Can everybody? Oh, let me make sure. I just thought about it. Did I may not have put myself back on. Oh, Jesus. Team. Sorry, y'all. I may have to go in and out. I was just in that. Let me just, oh, you're there. Okay. I don't know why it pushed me in a weird place. Let's see what's
We
going
can
on.
see you. At least I can see you.
But I need to get back into the whole screen. And I'm not even seeing my icon. I see Teams, everything but where I was. Okay, I got you. I'm back in. Okay, sorry about that. Comcast had to do something with our computer. Everyone can hear me now? Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, now we go to Dick Hauser. At least it didn't last long. I was nervous. That got me nervous. Okay, now we do Dick Hauser, and we're in agency overall capacity for Dick Hauser. Thank you. Okay.
Pat, we were saying before you dropped off that we were impressed that they laid out the detail. I'm getting some feedback. For the different grants that they received through their COVID response. They applied for PPE. They secured a grant for that. There was a lean grant for $2,500. There was a $10,000 grant from the United Way. And then I believe Michelle corrected me. It was a $2,000 grant from the, who was it from?
Early Learning Coalition.
And then Pat, they detailed how they would respond to COVID related to temperature checks, cleaning procedures, how they did not charge any tuition in April and May. So a thorough response to COVID.
Okay.
Samantha, you're on mute.
In my notes that it was confusing, a little bit confusing because I couldn't tell what they were seeking funding for, how many students, but they clarified that during the presentation. But what I wrote down, and I can't remember now the circumstances, but that Kim didn't know to use the whole program to submit to CHP. Does that mean something to you, Pat?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, when completing the form, when completing CHSP application, please include the program, the data for the entire program versus contract. Okay. This is their first time getting funded from the city. Well, is it, Anita? For the city, but normally they got funded from United Way.
They got funded from the county, and separately with the county and city is what they said in what Kim said in the presentation.
Okay, okay.
They had a clean audit on agency overall capacity.
Okay.
Note that United Way awarded them $55,000 this year. And
How
they're
much?
$95,500.
Okay. You want that noted, or is there?
No, I just wanted you all to know that.
Oh, just for everyone, for your committee to be aware of that. Okay, thank you.
I I thought the personal story was wonderful.
In the application?
Yes. Wonderful isn't the word. Illuminating. See.
I had my word in my mind. And then it went right up my head.
Yeah.
Was enlightening or something. I'll figure out a nice word.
Yeah, because it was touching, it was moving, and it really brought home what they were teaching. I thought it was in
It would be in that program description.
1.4, but I can't find it.
Okay. Anything else?
Darn it.
Can we commend them for not, that they provided services in April and, what was it? April and May, and they didn't charge tuition?
Right.
I guess that would be a part of the COVID because they were trying to still service their clients.
Was it April and May?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's in 1.44, paragraph 4.
What about what's in there? And that's
The personal story.
okay. That's fine.
Story. So you can find it.
Makes me know exactly where it is. Okay. With that one, yeah. Okay. Anything else? How about the outcomes of the document the need for the program? That we have clear documentation for the need, and are the outcomes meaningful and clearly and measurable, and demonstrate how the program benefits its participants. So we need to look on if you could look at those particular sections, that would be good.
I'm at it right now.
Okay, thank you.
It says, and this is something that I kind of struggled with before, but I thought Kim kind of went through this in her presentation, so I didn't feel like there was any need for us to dig any deeper. But in their application, when they lay out their outcome indicators, it lists 10 children as their target, and it's really a goal. I get that. But when we go down into the detail of how they're going to measure those, they do say, so they want to give assessments to those 10 students, and they say that 9 of those 10 will be identified as experiencing delays, and that as through their care, at least 8 of those 10 children will demonstrate progress on their post-assessment scores by a minimum improvement range of 5%. So that's their outcome, or their goal is to reach that level. Now, I don't see reporting that they've met that outcome.
Okay.
But it does, it shows that they have a clear plan of how they're going to measure the outcomes.
So is that the long-term outcome that you're looking at, Chris?
No, that was their intermediate. The
Okay.
short term is that they'll actually develop this plan, that they'll do the assessments. That's their short-term goal.
Right.
Their intermediate is that as they see the development of the children, that they should see an improvement of at least 5% in their post-assessment scores.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they did a good job of detailing that. It's a little,
There's no way to test. It's so hard to test those special needs students, children.
Mm-hmm.
How they measure that. Well,
Mm-hmm.
so, I mean, really, I think their method is correct. But really, almost time will tell if they're accurate outcomes, if they're the right outcomes, if they've set it up correctly. But right now, at least compared to other applications, this is
yeah.
better than something we've seen.
Okay.
And they're seeking $5,000.
Yeah, a minimum.
I would say in that though, because that was a serious concern for them last year. So it does show that at least they made the effort.
Mhm.
That's a good comment.
Okay. So that would be true. Agency demonstrates improvements in the finding anticipated outcome indicators.
Mhm.
But you're also saying you look forward to knowing what the results are or something of that nature.
Yes. Pat, I would, and I don't know if we added this before. Go ahead, Samantha.
I would add the word specific before results. Looking forward to report on specific results or measurable results.
Measured.
Maybe.
Pat, can you go back up to the overall program? I wanted to make sure we included, they, compared to others, their collaboration efforts, I was impressed with those. And they're working with FSU, TCC, Kaiser, and FAMU. Also Goodwill, the Leon County Schools, Whole Child Leon, Early Steps. I mean, they,
Impressive list of partnerships, collaborative partners.
Excellent, impressive color. Okay.
They're seeking 140 FTE for intervention assistance.
So you think they clearly explain and justify the need for funding?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Are you done? I think have we summarized them? So, any other comments from this for this agency? I'll summarize it real quickly. Impressive details regarding grants that they applied for and received in response to the COVID-19 virus. And then again, just want to remind them that when they complete the application, make sure that they include the data for the entire program versus contractual, and seek assistance from CHSP. You want to commend them for having a audit with no findings. Also, when it comes to program design, the personal story provided in the application was enlightening and clearly demonstrates how the program benefits its participants. Outcome data collection table, I just have to go in there and give a specific one, but you did want to commend them that they have improved their outcomes, their efforts on outcome indicators, and you look forward, to them providing you an update, regarding the findings, the outcome findings. The excellent, impressive utilization of collaborative partnerships to address the needs of the target population, that they provided you a thorough response of how that they will address and continue to address safety regarding implementing their program. And that it's commendable that the agency continued to provide services during the months of April and May and did not charge their clients. And that the agency clearly explained and justified the need for CHSP funding. And with that, we'll go to Capital City Youth Services.
This is a program that is in transition from Children's Home Society to CCYS. So it seems to me that there were some numbers that were probably inaccurate because of the transition.
I don't know how to write that. Oh, we're just that's not necessarily something to write, but just something to consider.
Just a general observation.
Okay.
Their grant awards were way down, but I couldn't determine whether or not that might have been due to the timing again of coming over to CCYS.
Well, some of their larger ones they haven't heard yet, it looked like, or they didn't get.
And that's for the overall agency, right? Because we're talking about grant writing for the entire agency.
Oh, no, never mind. It says they did not receive these.
Right.
Wow.
And
yeah, so they actually didn't get a lot of these larger ones.
right. But we don't know really the circumstances there. But maybe I have notes on there.
Did you want me to write anything down, or you just kind of processing right now about them?
I would hold. I think this is just conversation for right now.
Oh, okay.
I think I would commend them, and it may not necessarily be commendable, but compared to the others that we've looked at, just to, talking about what their needs for the money was. They did a good job breaking down why they needed the money.
I would agree.
Okay.
I thought their response to the COVID crisis was commendable. In discussion of the need for more technical expertise and how their staff, describing how their staff had to become teachers as well as parents. They had to be creative in their activities. I thought that was a good discussion they gave us at the presentation. There's apparently been a pretty seamless transition from Children's Home Society to CCYS.
Okay.
I noticed they were cutting, they cut the salaries, they pay cuts for several positions. I think we talked about it in the presentation, and they said some of that was due to the fact that they had vacancies, like the ED. But I thought it was an effort to reduce their budget. I think they had a net reduction of 130,000.
Talking about for personnel, or
Yeah, I think so.
I thought all of the cuts, maybe, and maybe somebody can clarify that, but I thought they said that all of the cuts were due to transition of staff.
It could
So
be.
that, but
It could be. So, yeah,
and
the timing and so forth. So maybe we shouldn't even mention that. Yeah, let's not mention that because I don't want to commend them for something that's not accurate. I think they justified their request for funding.
right, and I got
Salary
that.
compensation for 2 FTE youth care specialists.
I've got that down, that they clearly justified the need for funding. How about the, we have nothing about agency overall capacity and, or about the program itself. So always with did they clearly justify the need for the program? Are the outcomes meaningful? Did they clearly describe what the program does with its participants? Those kind of questions. So anything about, Margot, anything from last year's award letter that would be carried over into this year?
This was a first year program.
Oh, that's right. That's right. There's no history. Okay, that's right. I don't know, did you get the chance to look at their audits or anything? Did they have an audit? Was the audit a clean audit?
I always look at the audit, but I don't have any notes on the audit for this one. And I'm not sure why.
Do you want me to look at it, and then if it's, I'll just put whatever comment on it. Pat.
I gave them a for that it was adequate. So I did look at it. I think there weren't any findings.
Okay. Anything else about overall agency's capacity to implement the program?
Well, just in general, I don't know if this pertains to that particular category or not, but it seems to me that CCYS, with its experience in dealing with homeless children, probably was in the best position to take care of these homeless children, homeless children. So it seems like it would be a logical move.
Okay. Okay.
On the outcome model, they didn't include the numbers for short-term and intermediate, but in long-term, it's 35 out of 35 They talked about 35 kids in that one, but not in any of the other ones.
Okay. Okay. Did you think that how about the statement of need? Did they clearly demonstrate the need for the program? You guys are getting tired.
No, I think they did. I'm sorry, I'm over here because I wanted to go back. I had a note about the audit, and so I wanted to go back and reread why I made a note on the audit before I made a comment about it.
Oh, okay.
And in the summary of the audit, there's a comment here about internal controls, and it says that they have a plan, that Capital City Youth Services response. The auditor won't give an opinion on it, but says that they have responded. So they've identified that there is improvements to be made in their internal controls. And there was a significant finding here on the improper disbursements. Here's the quote for everybody. In 4 disbursements tested out of a total of 60 items, the organization coded disbursements to the wrong account.
Okay.
So it just says ensure that all disbursements are checked for correct coding in the larger ledger.
Okay.
Sorry, general ledger. So this is what it says in that fiscal year they had a loss of personnel. The position was vacant.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that the one that they explained that the didn't have access to whatever the system was at maybe DCF or somewhere? And so on the invoice, they didn't have a certain number ID for that student, that child.
So their basic response was that the position was vacant for 8 months, and now with one person assuming the responsibility of both positions, it says we now have personnel to cover, helping ensure procedures for coding errors are in place to reduce the chance for improper coding.
We're almost done. Okay. I'm fine with that. I will go into the audit and be specific, but basically you're saying you strongly encourage them to continue their efforts to improve internal controls, which will also would include the disbursements, coding of this disbursements appropriately. Okay. All right. I got that one. Okay. Anything about the need for the program? Documentation of need, target population.
Yeah, I mean, the need to me, you've got the numbers there, but the detail is where I was wanting more information. Did you guys already touch? I was reading this. Did you touch on the outcomes? Because I thought the outcomes were kind of vague as well.
Yeah. I was going to say they seem to emphasize that they serve larger sibling groups that no one else can accommodate. Without breaking up the siblings. they provide a lot of services to these children.
Their outcomes are going to vary. So this is really emergency shelter, so some kids could be there a day, some could be there for months. So their outcomes are going to not be the real outcome is safety and removal from a at-risk situation. And then they're going to, the whole goal is to reunify, transition them into permanency. So it's really an interim program. And their whole goal is just providing the basic needs and safety needs of those children while they're in that program.
Right.
So their outcomes are not going to be your typical, because it's not an end result to that.
Yeah. And then,
Okay, this seems pretty comprehensive. I'll summarize it to you. Audit, regarding audit concerns, that you feel like the agency has the expertise and experience to competently administer this program. I'll look at the outcomes and put something specific about that. I put some comments there, but I really will quote the document itself. It's commendable that the program serves larger sibling groups and keeps them together. This program provides comprehensive services to high-risk children. And also, as far as the COVID, it's commendable response to the virus that they talk about. Obviously, this is a essential service, so it was continued, and different measures that they put in place to keep kids safe. And also they had to expand their services, such as teaching, acting as children's teachers, etc. And they seem to have adapted the program to try to ensure the safety of children. And it appears to be a seamless transition from CHS, Children's Home Society, to the agency, and they clearly explain and justify the need for CHSP funding. And with that, we'll move on to Kids Incorporate. Oh, what is our lunch break time? Let me know when that's time.
It's from 12 to 1, so you got 19 minutes.
Okay, it's from 12 to 1?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. We only have, we have 3 more agencies. So you guys are going I think we're going pretty good.
okay, Kids Incorporated. They had a good application, let's say.
I wanted to say where I have these ranked, but I'm not going to. It's like the first comment
No,
I want to say.
Let's see what I said. They had a clean audit.
I thought their outcomes were clearly defined, or at least what they accomplished. The number of this exceeded, the number of these met their milestones.
Okay.
They're regulated, aren't they? I mean,
It's federal, by federal. That's a federal program.
right. So they had a clean audit, and I noticed that they had a real big jump in federal funding. But let's see, I'm not sure that was true. That just what it looked like on the application.
Is there something you want to state about that?
I'm looking for it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
difference in budget is due to differences in the presentation. I thought that I thought the presentation was excellent. I served with LaFonda Wilson before, Pat, and
Yeah, you had.
she's learned a lot about how to make a presentation. I thought there was a very good explanation about the COVID-19 response. Remember, they said they stopped operations on March 16th during spring break, but now they're serving services. Now they're serving their students virtually without any gap because they use spring break. I'm just trying to refresh everybody's recollection. You don't have to write this all down.
I'm just doing it so I
But
don't miss something.
they plan to reopen the facility August the 7th. After cleaning, they will require masks, new drop-off procedures, sanitizing protocol, and an online application. They've had 5 individuals at their facility
Yeah, that was wow.
3 of their clients got COVID-19 and 2 of them died.
Wow.
And 1 teacher died of the 2 that infected, and 1 was raised to death with COVID-19. So I thought there was a lot of focus on COVID-19 response. That was impressive. And then their request for their justification for their request is to both matching dollars and salaries. What I gathered from that, the salaries that they're requesting are eligible for dollars. So they get for their buck, and they're trying to provide additional 2 hours.
Additional how many?
2 hours per day.
Yeah, that's what CHSP funds pays for.
And the federal government
Or any other funding.
Yeah.
I probably should not just say CHSP, but non-federal dollars.
Right.
Including United Way.
Their organization is required to raise their matching funds. So that's why they're coming to us for help. Let's see.
I would interject on their request for relief. They really didn't break down. They just said that, they needed it for teachers. Extra hours. They didn't give any details on that worksheet.
Okay. And I'll look at that. So it just kind of, what did it state as far as, if you look at that CHSP funding request, Margot, what did it state?
It's
Salaries and benefits for teachers working extended hours for the program year.
But it doesn't give you a mathematical equation. Okay.
No.
Okay.
And on the outcome,
Mm-hmm.
so I looked at the intermediate on, I think it's the 1.5 or 1.6. In the intermediate, they didn't give numbers on their, it wasn't a finding, but last year on the award letter, they mentioned findings always include the applicable percentages and class numbers. So they missed the class numbers.
What did that, can you read that outcome? I'm just curious about what is stated in that outcome finding.
Margot, go up. The outcome indicators, outcome findings list specific percentages.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go down to the next outcome measurement framework,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't have percentages.
So it's a framework that doesn't have percentages, not the outcome data collection table.
Correct. The
Okay.
collection table has the percentages.
Okay, so they addressed that concern because I think last year's concern was specific to the outcome data collection table, right?
You're referencing their letter last year?
Yeah, it just says outcome findings. So when reporting outcome findings, always include the applicable percentages and client numbers for
That's
clarity.
the outcome data collection table. So they've addressed that concern. So we'll take that out. Okay. Okay. Did they clearly document the need for the program? The target population, that kind of local by providing, remember, local data.
I noted that in their section 1.5 that they attach a document that contains data from the 1990s.
Oh,
Let me see where that is. Very old data.
yeah, that would be definitely, very old if it's 1990.
Well, here it. If you have any supporting graphics, must be 9.
Pat, I think we need to add something in here about their collaboration as well.
Okay.
That's number 9 on that 1.5.
Yeah, they just talk about when they're talking about need, they're talking about need that occurred when the act was passed in the 1990s. They need
Okay, that's the data. Okay. Okay. Anita, did you say what section that was?
It's in 9, 1.5, paragraph 9. And then in 2, that same 1.5, they also cite some, let's see, where is that? Oh, that's 7. Okay. I was also looking at 1.5 section 2. That they could have used some graphics there. Purpose, but I don't know. I can't say anything definitive, so I better not say anything.
Okay.
When you go into that 1.4 section where they're describing the need, they detail, I thought I had a note here about a 2020 report that they cited, and that I was impressed with that being current. Hold on one second. So it's under 1.4, target population and documentation of needs. Section B, documentation of need. Under number 1, define the target population's needs for social problems.
Yeah.
And it's the second paragraph. It says data compiled in our 2020 community assessment update.
They sure do.
Okay, so we need to take that so they may have just been trying to show you the founding documentation. And that might have, but yet in the narrative where they actually write the data, Chris is saying that they're giving us current data.
Right.
Okay.
This is what happens when these applications are so large. You're going back and forth between.
I don't retain it enough.
Well, I try to do the same thing you do, Samantha. When I'm making my notes, when I'm reviewing the application, if I see something that's either recent or old, those are the two things I'm trying to note as I'm going through.
Right.
Okay.
I thought they did a really good job documenting
Okay.
this and detailing the
Okay.
need. Really, I think to Margot's point, the one component that I would advise them adding is the more detail on the funding request.
Okay. Okay.
Salary need, but
Mm-hmm. And I got that, like specific details. Is Michelle still here? Michelle. Okay. Okay. I was just checking because I can't see everyone.
No, every time I get ready to say something, I have notes and I have a place marking by it. They get it, so I'm just sitting here. I'm
Okay.
here.
I was just checking to see if you were okay. Thank you.
I'm good, thank you.
Before you go on, so with that lack specific details, so this will be the second year we're asking about that.
Okay.
I thought their long-term outcomes was a little confusing. It said
What is?
in, let's see, 1.6A, that 48 of their children were successful, but they didn't say as compared to what, or how many were eligible to move on based upon age or other criteria.
Okay.
They have
Okay.
a
Mm-hmm.
they have an attachment to number 2 that I was looking at. Oh shoot.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful.
It's incorporated. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having trouble following it up.
Okay.
And let's see, CHSP, where
I say 1.7 addresses it because I think they have 100%.
yeah, and I say on my notes, see section 1.7. So maybe that was resolved in 1.7.
I think that what I see is that in 1.7 they mentioned 49 out of 49, but in 1.6 it's 48 students.
Yeah.
So it's probably a typo.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So the long-term outcome is that it's okay? Take that out?
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
it's okay.
Okay. Okay. I'll do that.
Yeah. It's kind of cool the way they use that.
Okay.
Show the I like their graphics.
Okay.
Ms.
So,
Pat.
oh, yes, ma'am.
When you're speaking on that right above there, when you're talking about the the drawdown federal dollars,
Mm-hmm.
they noted that they're only used for teacher salary and the benefits.
What's the point? I'm trying to.
There was something else about the drawdown.
Local funds draw down federal dollars. Just commending them that they can utilize local funds to draw down federal dollars as matching funds, but how they use it.
there's 2 points here. In their request for funding, they just lay out the salary and benefits. But there was another note about using or requesting more dollars in an attempt to draw down more federal funds. It would allow them to draw down more federal funds. But they didn't detail that in the funding request.
They mention it, but it's not in the request, how that works.
No, it's not. No, because they said they have to raise $913,000 annually to draw down the federal funds.
Are you concerned because it's not directly connected to the salaries? Or I'm trying to figure out, what are you saying? What I need to, how to write this. Are you concerned? I mean, even though they're saying that they can draw down federal dollars, but yet they can't. I know what I need to do. I just thought to myself, I'm gonna give myself a little cheat sheet. I'll get my Kindle and pull down the applications.
Pat. So in your application, under budget information, justification for CHSP funding request, it says due to a reduction in United Way of approximately $14,000 annually, their request to us, the increase in their request, will enable the program to draw down an additional $60,000 in federal funds. If you go into the breakdown of what they're going to do with I think they requested 115. It just says keep some salary and benefits. It says salary and benefits for teachers working extended hours for the program year.
Still no specifics, right?
Okay, I'll just have to look at it and then I can figure out how to write it. Okay, but I understand what you're saying. You want that connection.
Yeah, they asked for 100,000 last year. They're asking for $115,000 this year.
Okay.
That extra 15,000 they detail in the application increase is to help them draw down an additional 60,000 in federal funding.
116. Okay. So they're saying a loss reduction in United Way funds of 14,000.
Yep.
Okay. And so they're saying they need to recoup that from us.
That
Would be
into
nice.
drawing down 60,000 from the feds.
Okay.
And Miss Pat, what about a small note about them updating their board members' information and a few grammatical errors that were throughout the application?
Okay. So you're
Like-
saying that was a lot of grammatical or what kind of errors?
Not a lot. There were some. And Josh DeShay is no longer with Hancock.
Okay.
So they can't continue to just take the documents and move them to the next year. They need to update that information.
Board information was
Well,
how long has it been since he's been there? Has he been there for a while?
he left Hancock, I believe, in January. But it was before they submitted this application,
Okay.
so it's something they should have caught.
Okay, I got you. Okay. So being sure the application information, including the application, is updated.
Correct.
In the application is updated. Board information was not an example. Okay. And then you said something about grammatical or what concerns? So you had it with that overall application, Michelle?
I mean, I just saw a few things that I had to read them a couple of times because the tense wasn't right and there were some spelling errors, but little things. But when you're submitting stuff and you're asking for it, this is something that spell check should pick up. I think they should be a little more careful with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Just suggest, Pat, you can suggest a final review before submittal.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
You want an example for that, Pat? On the outcome table, I think 1.7, 1.6,
Mm-hmm.
instead of having 48 of the 48
Oh,
clients,
yeah.
they had 49 and 49. So that would be a good example for it.
Okay. It is time for us to break for lunch according to the schedule. So what time you wanna come back at 1 as we have on the schedule? What's your pleasure? Is that okay?
Yeah, let's.
So we'll start with Kids Incorporated, right? And now we're ready to go to FAMU Foundation.
That is correct.
Okay. And so we're ready for, I don't know how long this is gonna last for me. Okay, so we're ready to look at agency overall capacity regarding implementation of the program. And I noticed that they gave you only the program budget, so you really don't, from what I can see, I don't know how much information you have on the agency itself because
Zero.
I think they just based it on the program instead. Well, they gave the Form 1 does encompass the entire organization, but I don't know if anything else is specific to it's more. So I see some, the first part looks at the goals, objectives, and looks like they got the border region. They do give you the first part of the information is specific to the foundation, but then the budget, I think the budget and everything, that's when it goes into program specific instead of agency wide. So you don't have the budget information, but you do have the listing of the board of trustees, which is in the, well, not the board of trustees, but the board of directors. You do have that. So it's a new organization.
I thought that was odd when their budget was like 3 million, but we were only seeing like 80,000 of.
Yeah.
I was confused because this request seems to be for summer school.
Yeah.
There isn't summer school, they're shut down. They didn't
Yeah.
say, I don't remember them saying when they hope to open up.
This would be for summer school next year, though, right? Not this year.
Well,
Yeah, it would be for next year because this year is already here.
okay.
And this funding doesn't start till September the 1st. So that's the first thing, the worksheets were not completed correctly, which constitutes a finding. Okay.
I question accountability on the part of the executive director. I don't know if I can be specific on that because I'm just going from my notes. But when I looked at the board of directors fees, it didn't say anything about overseeing the executive director.
The role of the
Yeah, no, me see. I can go back to the.
See my annual, so they say the Family Foundation Board meets twice a year. Um, the person, the ED, I think the person that did the presentation, what is her
Sheila,
what is her role? Is she
she was temporary CEO for the
CEO of the what?
I guess
The
of the
summer program or the
FAMU DRS.
just for the summer program, I guess. But you know, they say the board of directors' function is to select a ED, but that's it as far as accountability for the ED. Now maybe that's just over.
it's kind of some of the things I'm hearing you guys saying. I'm just writing them down. It sounds like you kind of like you don't. So right now, the budget worksheets, they must reflect the entire foundation. I think it's probably just the structure, a little, they just probably need to figure out what structure to utilize, because you've got the university, then you've got the school itself, which I think the school itself would be a separate entity that has its own, and then you have the foundation. So just understanding the relationship and the roles and responsibilities, the clarification is what I'm hearing you guys say.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
This falls under the foundation, doesn't it, or under the school?
it's under the foundation based on what the app says.
That's the foundation.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I get that this doesn't have much to do with the school. It's a summer program. I mean, it's at the school, so it's connected that way, but it's a summer program for underprivileged kids. But what they're seeking funding for is just for a part of that, which is the wellness, factor, which that's a big difference. I mean, that's a big area of confusion, I think, because gosh, it seems like the summer program is something we would want to support. But on the other hand, I'm not so sure that it's important to fund a wellness program as part of that summer program where the agency is trying to teach the students the 6 aspects of wellness, so forth. I mean, it seems like something that seems like frosting on the cake to me rather than cake.
Miss Pat,
Yes, ma'am.
Sheila said that she says that it's a grassroots summer program for a literacy-based grassroots summer program for 6 weeks. emphasizes the six wellness, but it's actually for literacy. And I think it ties into that, which they didn't say, but that reading, that speed reading and that reading class that they offer every year.
So
They said that they, go ahead.
at the funding request justification,
Right.
they do a really good job detailing what the money they're asking for is going to go towards supporting.
What section is that, Chris?
It is 1.1. It's on Form 2. So it's, if you
Just click on program information and it'll take you right there.
Okay, I'm there.
So funding, just go to and hit the program. Once you tap into the program itself, you'll see the CHSP funding request first. So they're asking you to fully fund the whole program, including the staff, and as well as the Temple Fit is 16,800, and then the staff is a little over 40,000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the half of their funding, that $40,680, is to employ 11 literary instructors for 6 weeks at $10 an hour for 8 hours a day. Now there's some benefits and some other things that go into that. So that's a majority of it is these literary instructors. Now, to your point about the wellness, that's where those professional fees of $16,800 come in, because there's a wellness agency that they're thinking is a vital part of this that they want to incorporate into the summer program.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's
Yoga,
25,000 it looks like for curriculum materials.
Right.
Books.
They have to pay $250 a student or something like that.
Right.
For curriculum.
And a foundation administrative accessibility fee.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's even 55% of that 25,000 is for fees for ongoing training for the program staff, the executive director, program coordinator, and those instructors. So, I mean, when I looked at the application, I understood, so we're not funding this summer, obviously. We're talking about next summer after a full year, right? So you're talking about the summer of 2021 is when they want to implement this program. The difficult part for us, and this is going big picture, if you think about funding this program and letting them launch it for next summer, they won't have outcomes really or anything really to even report on by the time they're coming for their next application. If they come in January, they won't even have provided these services yet. February, March.
And I guess they said that any kid can apply to this program, right? It's not a means, it's not based on it's not targeting the population based on need. So can you go in there and say, what is the target population of this program? Because let's just go into the specifics of the program. And once we once you look at the analysis of the comments, that might help you with your decision making and then also just understanding the overall agency and program. And so so
their target is Title I schools.
Right.
To me, it's including FAMU, DRS, and other Leon County schools. I think in my comments, there were 2 or 3 other schools that they were looking to work with beyond.
They talked about the schools in the area. So NIMS is there and also Bond.
Yeah. Names and bond.
Did they say how do they go about outreaching so that they could serve those particular kids from those schools?
I don't think they do any. I think they're self-referred.
It was determined by those that are on free and reduced lunch, I thought.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it said 100% of the students receive free benefit,
Okay.
free breakfast and lunch.
Right.
So I think, and I don't know how those work, but I would imagine that's as good of a job as you can do at targeting students that are of highest need. But I don't know what the percentage is of students in those schools that have free or reduced lunch.
Chris?
So I don't understand how it works in identifying what students receive free or reduced lunch. But to me, I would think if that's what they're looking and basing who they serve, that's exactly who you need to be serving.
Right.
Right, because both of those are 100% free and reduced lunch.
Right.
So that's yeah, low income.
Both of those schools are 100%.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. We got a lot of poor kids in our district.
And then they were
20.
in some of their needs
Mm-hmm.
assessment that they were documenting that it said like 80% of students that don't receive literacy throughout the summer, they directly tie that to how they fall back, have that when they come back to school. So when I read this, I thought, maybe the budget wasn't really clear, but they did do a good job to me in identifying the need. They laid out what the money was going to be going to for the program. They laid out who they would be serving in FAMU, DRS. I thought they could do a little bit better job detailing how specifically the students would be selected, that like how they apply and how they are brought into the program. But this was, if y'all remember, she laid out like what a typical day in this program was like, and she was like, 8:30 they come in and do this, 9 o'clock they do this, 11 o'clock they do this, then we have lunch, then we do swimming and STEM from 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Yeah. I thought that was a good presentation.
But is that laid out in the application as well? The
No.
description of the program?
Look now. I don't.
It's not that detailed like that.
Yeah, so maybe recommend including that in their application, Pat.
And they also discussed that they have the pantry, that they stock up the pantry all year because they're a summer feeding site.
What was that, Michelle?
I said she also stated that they stock up the food pantry all year round because they're a summer feeding site.
Yeah, they're working with Second Harvest to food to the kids. I think
They're
she
also
said
partnering with the FSU Fellowship.
But they said they don't have a partnership with America's Second Harvest. I thought
no,
that's,
but they
we
it's
would,
the feeding site. They actually
okay,
I think
throughout the
Second
year.
Harvest actually goes there.
right.
For-
I
yeah.
think they get federal dollars for feeding the kids, so that was why she said they didn't technically need to
Right.
partner with Second Harvest.
Right. But remember, we're looking at the program itself now. We're not looking at what the school does ongoingly for its kids, but what does this program do? We're analyzing the program right now. They say that the food bank provides food for the kids to take home, or it's really about feeding the kids while they're in the program, like a regular school program, school-based program, summer.
There was something about in-house food, but I think she mentioned it in the questions.
Right, both. They give them lunch, they give them breakfast, lunch
Yeah,
during the day, and then
right.
they also try to direct them to get food, I think. But that doesn't mean they're a partner. They just got the impression that it's second heart and probably is going with the mask in the summer too. That was the impression I got from it. But maybe I didn't understand this. Maybe y'all can enlighten me.
Somebody's moving, probably Michelle moving her paper, so Samantha, we couldn't quite hear you.
I'm a little bit confused about some basic things that maybe y'all can help. I got the impression that this program was in existence last year with an $80,000 budget, but I didn't see anywhere where it told us how many clients were served in section 1.2. But then in section 1.3, it says 94 clients shown, and the goal is 80. So they were over the number that they wanted. So I thought there was little in the way of evaluation at the beginning and the end of the 6-week period. I don't know how important that is, but there's not much, just general descriptions.
As reported.
Did they not have a budget for last year?
Yeah, it was a program, it did operate last year. I think the budget, it only includes the CHSP funding requests.
Yeah, so
Right.
there's a budget last year totaling 78,000. Then there's a budget for the current year.
And that is the CHSP request, right?
No, that's the current year we're in right now is 80,500. And then they're proposing next fiscal year for $90,000, and that's their CHP request to us is for 87.
Okay.
Y'all correct me if I'm wrong.
No,
And that model, they didn't have a current year fiscal budget. Is what it's showing us zero.
but this program started in 2016, so I don't know why they didn't provide any of this, any previous.
I have a budget. I have a previous and current and proposed budget.
In 1.2?
No, I got it when I downloaded all the application materials.
Oh, okay.
It's saying current year budget zero on the program funding information is saying that the
Section
current,
1.2.
yeah, it's saying zero. It's saying last year the budget was 80,000. Who's looking at the budget worksheet to see if they correspond with what's in here?
Chris is.
Me.
So last year, how much do you have the budget was for last year? On the budget worksheet, Chris, what is last year's budget?
So it says last
Total.
fiscal year budget,
Revenues.
agency total, $78,700.
Okay, so this is saying 80,000, and then what do you have for current fiscal year budget?
$80,563.
This is saying zero, and then proposed year is how much?
$90,000.
So a little difference of the last year. So the proposed budget year is the CHSP funding request, right? It's not the full program budget.
Almost all, but it's 80. Our funding request is 87.
Okay. So the
when did they have to send in these applications?
they were due a couple of weeks. Anita, I can't remember the last deadline, but it's about,
It was April 27th was the last application
Okay.
deadline.
Well, I suspect then the budget is zero because they canceled it for this summer.
that doesn't mean that the program doesn't have a budget.
No, I don't know. I mean,
You
that's
just wouldn't have expenses. You'd have a budget.
Yeah, you still have the funding if you were anticipating, just like all the agencies, even the ones who've canceled, they still have a budget for this current fiscal year. They
I'm
may,
just, no, I
you know,
was suggesting that I wonder if that's what they did. Is to say, well, we didn't have it this year, so, because it's, you know, it did
the
tell us the
budget,
school was shut down.
yeah, well, the budget worksheet does have an amount. It's just that in the program funding information, it's listed as zero, but it's on the budget worksheet, it's listed as what Chris said, 70 or so thousand for the current
Last
fiscal
year was
year.
78. Current was 80,500.
Yeah, so it's just that they're not corresponding.
Where is that budget? Oh, okay. I see. Current.
There's some
Mhm.
clarity needed in the way that they're inputting their budget figures. And that, I would guess, is a typo. Like Pat says, we gotta go by the application.
Okay. This is their first time, so hopefully they'll get TA next time. Anything else? Let's see, you've done the budget worksheets. And you may want to remove some of this, because I was writing some things down while you were processing. Doesn't mean that it has to stay on the sheet. Anything else about, as far as the need statement, you said that they clearly identified the need for the program by providing local statistics, local data.
Yeah, let me go back to that quote.
And then you say it's a target population. It's it's their for Title I schools. I don't know if we said anything about, let's see, outcome data collection table. I think that,
I got some about outcomes when we're ready to get there.
oh, okay.
Before you get to that, I want to point out again on their proposed budget that they just throw $4,250 into miscellaneous other expenses without any description.
Is that the budget worksheet as well?
That's in section proposed fiscal year budget.
Okay.
The current, wait, let me.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's in the proposed fiscal year. They don't have miscellaneous in the previous or the current fiscal year budget worksheets.
For the 4,250,
Right.
they have something in there.
What's in there?
It says foundation administration fee.
Oh, okay, that's their,
For the miscellaneous?
that's like a, overhead
Detail it.
cost.
Yeah.
Okay, so we
Yeah,
take
you have to
that.
click on you have to click on the link and they get the details.
I didn't know there was a link. How do I get, oh, because it's in blue?
It's in blue, yes.
Ah,
Okay.
okay. It just said foundation administration fee. Oh, yeah, right. They had identified that in the past
Mm-hmm.
separately as a separate line item, I think. At any rate, on outcomes, it's just wondered if they would benefit by having more evaluation tools. But I don't know. I don't feel strongly about that. I just notice it's hard to talk about outcome framework measurements when there's nothing specific to measure.
Are we going to outcomes?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we can go to outcomes since we're talking about it now. We can go there. I'm ready.
So it looked like there were a few different tests that they were going to give the students before and after a summer to gauge their literacy,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is a good tool. So let me detail this for you. So this is under program outcome measurement framework. And this is under short term. It says measurable outcome indicators. It says 85% of the participants will demonstrate improvement in reading vocabulary.
Are you in the framework? I'm sorry, Chris. Are you doing the measurement framework or the outcome data collection table? Which one are you in?
You're not in.
Outcome measurement framework.
Okay, you're looking at proposed. How about looking at what they say they've accomplished first? Because they do have data in the outcome data collection table showing what they've accomplished for last year, for the last completed fiscal year.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to start with that? Or you want to start with the framework? Framework is what they're proposing to do. We can start with that though. I'll just do the framework.
Well, so, you can go into what they reported because it looks like they said 77% of the participants expressed increased learning and 51 reported increased learning and intellectual wellness. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm speaking of the outcome data collection table itself, that chart. So if you go to that chart, just go to the, okay. And you're looking at which are the short, intermediate, or short term?
Short term.
Oh, okay. And
well, so it says, so hold on, let's if you look at the intermediate, asking specifically what I was talking about, where there are improvements to literacy skills, vocabulary, spelling, writing. There, they just said they had a total of 60 surveys, and I don't see any additional detail there.
oh, I see.
So what they're proposing is these different percentage thresholds where it's like 85% will show an increase. But that's what they're proposing for next year. For the current year, it just says that 60 surveys were given and there's no results that I see. Does anybody else see anything else there in that table that's I'm just not seeing?
They give specifics about wellness, but not about the literacy.
Now they're proposing in their application for next year to show 85% will demonstrate improvement in vocabulary, 75 will show improvement in reading comprehension. Those are outcomes, right? That's something that they can measure. They're going to do a pre and a post survey.
Okay.
But one of these outcomes that they're proposing that I don't agree with is it says 70% of participants will demonstrate increased motivation for reading.
Yeah, it's hard to measure.
How do you measure someone's motivation? I mean, I guess you ask them, are you unmotivated, slightly more motivated, very motivated? You ask them that question at the beginning of the summer and at the end of the summer.
Just curious, and I know it may not be in the application, but in the explanation, I think one of the things they talked about with parents.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. I mean, the other measurements are pretty decent measurements for a summer program, short term. Yeah.
I think they're not too bad.
I think they're proposed.
The proposals.
But the current, where you talk about what they've done,
Mm-hmm.
and I can't remember who made the point, they have data on the wellness, any data in the application,
Right.
the literacy improvements were. It says that 60 surveys were conducted.
Mhm.
So could we encourage them to put more focus on the literacy part of it?
I think it's a literacy program. I think that's what you have to report out of.
So we're gonna, so now are you back into the outcome data collection table? I think that's where you are now.
My thought would have been to the point that you just wrote about the proposed outcome indicators include measurement framework appear to be good measurements.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking we could add to it something to the effect of putting in more information related to the literacy part of it, of the programming.
If you go to the framework, I thought those were literacy related. Going back to that measurement framework. I think because we might be mixing the two. That's what I was saying. But in the measurement framework, they're saying that 85 participants demonstrate improvement in reading vocabulary, demonstrate improvement in reading comprehension. So those are two measurements for readings, and motivation for reading, which is a difficult one. But so those are the primary two for reading, is looking at improvement in reading vocabulary and also reading comprehension. So those are specific to literacy. So we're saying that they should add others, additional ones than that, because those are specific to literacy.
It's in the,
I guess the last one.
Pat, on the indicator, the outcome indicator in their outcome findings. So that's the first one, what they've done this current year.
Yeah, what they've achieved the last fiscal year, the last program year that the program operated, right?
And all they've given us is that they conducted 60 surveys for
Okay.
literacy, but that's it. No other information.
Okay, so we're dealing, so the outcome,
I thought they should consider evaluation tools of pre-camp and post-camp. Some kind of survey.
And that's in the next table. That's Pat's point about the outcome measurement framework. Samantha, those are outlined in their application
But they don't show any results.
because those are proposed.
yeah, the outcome data collection table is showing you what's already been concluded. The measurement framework is what they're proposing to do for the next fiscal year, but the upcoming fiscal year. But the outcome, that's why I was saying we got to keep them separate, because the outcome data collection table shows what the program has achieved with its students the last reporting period. So those are separate ways. You have to look at those totally separate. So the outcome data collection table is what Chris is saying that he would like to see more specific to, yeah. So
They're proposing great outcome
Yes.
measures, but previously they haven't reported on those.
Right.
They have some wellness figures that they've reported, but they're proposing for this next current or the next year, I think what we want to see.
now if you go to the outcome data collection table, they're saying that 71.4% of the students experience either reading fluency gains or no losses. 80% experience either gains or no losses in vocabulary, with the highest increase seen in K through 2, grades K through 2. And then they're saying that post-test, about 90% of the scholars reported a combination of having a confidence, support, and independent. So that's self-report. The 60 surveys are self-report. So they're giving you data. It's just that there are no client numbers included in those percentages
Where?
that they provided. And I'm looking at the data collection table itself. If you look at the data collection table, so go into that section, those are the stats that it's reporting. And and then the other two are specific to the Temple Fit program, I guess.
Yeah. Sorry. In my PDF document, there are 3 bullets and there is no text.
Maybe your PDF document, I'm looking right into the application online. So maybe maybe you had a print issue, because I went and got my Kindle so I could look at the application itself while you're speaking, but it does. Those are the 3 that I just outlined. And I say that
Yes.
Client. Okay.
Right. Yeah, that would,
And
that's good.
okay. So now, and we can always go back if we need to. We're gonna have to move so we can get done on time. If you need to add something afterwards, we can come back to this. How about the ability of the program to be implemented? Now it's the COVID. We have to deal with the COVID issue, as well as justification for CHSP funding requests.
No, they just,
Any comment about the COVID?
They just said that they closed it down. They're not going to do it this summer.
So, okay.
so they didn't really respond to the request that they outlined for us, a plan to deal with COVID.
Okay.
I have to take back all of that rambling I did earlier, because when I go online, Pat, what you were reading, all those details are there.
Okay. No problem. No problem. No problem.
Apologize to all of y'all.
No, don't apologize. If you, no big deal. Is that what you want to say regarding the COVID virus response? I said, they did indicate that the program was closed for the summer, but did not provide details regarding going forward with implementing the program during the next fiscal year, something of that effect.
Right.
How about CHSP funding justification? As far as I know, you said they provided details, and
Yeah.
I think the only thing is, so they will need funding from CHSP, about what, 95% of the funding they need from CHSP in order to implement the program. But then she did say that they always find resources. So I don't know if you have any comment about we do need to make a comment about the funding, the need for CHSP funding.
I thought they did a good job
recommend they
documenting
diversify their funding, their revenue streams.
Right.
Well, they did delineate that in the CHSP funding request.
I think they did a good job, they needed the money. They justified what the funds were going to be used for.
Yes. Yes, they did.
Overall, to me, I thought the application was fairly well done outside of the budget issues and then my oversight with the outcomes. But now that I see those were really the issues that I had.
You also had that comment there that I just highlighted. They provided specific details during the presentation and you felt like the application needed additional details. Also include those details in the application.
I'd keep that. How they
Okay.
spell out what a typical day is. I thought that was
Okay.
good.
That was very helpful.
Okay.
You may want to give them, put that example you're talking about.
Say that again, Margot.
With that comment that you highlighted a second ago, you may want to at least tell them what it was about in terms of documenting their day, giving the specifics about, you know, when it's in the morning to when they leave. So they'll get an idea of what exactly we're talking about.
Okay.
The description, the presentation's inclusion of a description of the typical day was very helpful.
Okay.
Or something like that. Doesn't have to be said.
Okay. You want me to summarize what you've stated and then determine if you want to add anything else?
Yes.
So budget worksheets must reflect the entire foundation's budget. When completing the application, seek assistance from CHSP staff. I'll just say budget worksheets for the last and current years are inconsistent with the information reported in section 1.2 overall program budget. It was therefore, and I don't know if you want that or not, therefore it was somewhat difficult to assess the agency's overall capacity. Because of that, keep that.
Yes.
Okay. Please clarify the structure of the organization, including the relationship of the program director to the foundation. Maybe say it a little bit more general, but just to the foundation's board, and identify what body provides oversight of the program, etc. Just kind of needed to have a little bit more details regarding the structure of the program and its relationship to the foundation, right? And then
Yes.
although the agency provided specific details during its presentation regarding what happens to a child, a typical day of child's life in the program, the application needs to also include those specific details.
Right.
And in here, just to mention that it's a literacy grassroots summer program. I think we did that because clarification more than anything. Or do you feel like it's commendable that it is that I don't know if there's something you wanted me to say here. That was Michelle just clarifying while you guys were kind of processing the whole program, what the program does. So I don't know if you want to keep that, but I'll give you the rest of those comments in this section. That it is commendable that the program targets a high-risk population by targeting Title I schools, and they also noted that they serve 100% of their clients served by the program receive free or reduced lunch. They clearly identified the need for the program by providing local data. And they also noted, for example, they noted that 80% of the kids that don't receive continued education over the summer lose their learning learning achievements. And then something about, and I think that was just a clarification. You thought it was a good strategy to utilize pre and post tests. And I'll link that directly to, I think that's to the measurement framework.
It is.
That's what's being proposed. So let me put it here. And outcome data collection table, we just say we're reporting on client findings, include client numbers that correlate with the percentages provided. And the proposed outcome indicators in the measurement framework appear to be good measurements. And you also think it's a good strategy to use pre and post testing. And as far as the COVID virus, the agency noted that they had to terminate the program this summer but they did not provide specific details regarding the impact of COVID, about how this may impact their ability to implement the program next summer. And as far as the justification for CHSP request, you just basically agency provided specific details outlining the need for CHSP funding. And that's it. You ready to move?
Yes.
Okay. We will go to the last one, and that's Early Learning Coalition.
I'm confused on that one because the award letter that I have for last year shows $90,000,
Mm-hmm.
but everybody was talking about that they've received $180,000. So, and that they're
The
requesting.
award letter is what's correct.
Unless they were just joining the 2 years.
Oh, maybe they did, but they're asking for $180,000. So is that for 2 years or 1 year?
It sounds like it might be for, let's look at the budget worksheet. That's when we go to the budget worksheet and look for the proposed year. Did they include the whole 180 for one fiscal year, or we have to go back to their documentation? So let's see what they say.
No, it's 90 each year.
Okay.
Okay, so they want essentially what they've gotten in the past.
Right.
Okay, I noted from last year's award letter, paragraph 6, when they were talking about demographics.
Mm-hmm.
They said section 1.3 is inconsistent with the number 33 reported in the outcome data collection table. In the next funding cycle, please ensure that these numbers are consistent or explain the discrepancy. And I just noted it's still not explained. And all same with number 8. There's still no specific information.
So what number is that for on the award letter?
Paragraph 6 and 8.
Oh gosh.
Demographics are in Form 5.
6 and 8, and then they're pertaining to. Tell me again what they're saying, so I can give myself some. We can have some reference notes here. Number 6 pertains to
the demographics in Form 5, Section 1.3. We don't have a Form 5 anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But Section 1.3. Anyway, where the demographics are.
Okay, the client demographics. Oh, and I'll pull and client demographics, the number compared to the number that are included in the outcome data collection table.
I don't know. It's still, I just don't understand it, and they didn't explain it. I didn't think.
Okay, so 6 client demographics, and what's the other section?
The outcome. Oh, well, that was number 6 was comparing.
Just read it to me. Could you read number 6 to me? That probably would be the easiest thing.
Client demographics 7,037 reflected in Form 5, Section 1.3 is inconsistent with the number 33 reported in the outcome data collection table. In the next funding cycle, please ensure that these numbers are consistent or explain the discrepancy. The outcome data collection table should reflect the entire program.
Okay, and what's number 8? Paragraph 8.
This was fourth year concern. In the budget justification section, the agency provided the following statement. Leon County currently has over 370 children on the wait list. CHSP dollars will allow us to serve children who would likely go unserved if we used only existing funding streams. 100% of the dollars awarded from CHSP will be for reimbursement to child care providers on behalf of families and children participating in the child care tuition assistance program. When providing to budgetary questions in the application, the agency must provide pertinent budget details in terms of the specific number of children
Oh,
that would be
yeah.
served based on the CHSP request. This information should be included in the budget justification section of the application.
Oh, it's still, I got you. It doesn't say,
Not like they did that section. They did put it, I mean, they put it, the comment in for every category.
but they were, yeah. They're saying that they want to know how many kids is this money going to actually serve? How many kids, how many families? It says that they will go to it, but what is the number? What are the number?
Right.
And that's what they were saying that they wanted.
Yeah, I'd kind of like that too, wouldn't you?
Well, you got to know what you're purchasing.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you don't have that. You still don't. And that's the 4th year. So this is a 4th year. The budget justification is the 4th year.
It was last year. Yeah.
So it said 4 year.
This one will be 5th year.
That's the 5th year concern. And how about the client demographics? Is that more than 1 year? The client, the number 6? Okay.
That was the 1st year.
Okay. All right.
There was another 4th year. Let's see. There was a recommendation that the agency develops a strategic resource development plan to increase fundraising and grant writing results. So that wasn't.
So what are they reporting for fundraising this year?
Let me see.
Let's go into that and see if there's any fundraising initiatives. Why this thing won't let me go?
Proposed or current?
Current, because the fundraising is specific to the current fiscal year. That's we only ask for current fiscal year fundraising efforts.
0.
They did have
0.
readiness. They wanted 25,000. They got 13,500, and then they did a grant writing activity for United Way. For 200.
That's not a fundraiser. Yeah, that's not a fundraiser.
No, it's grant writing.
Yeah.
They wanted the race for readiness, which is they got 13,500.
And how many years is that one? Do they have, Margot, is that a
4th year? So this will be
5th year? Okay. All right.
United Way awarded $104,477.
Mhm.
They only applied for 1 grant. They had 1. Okay. They rely on local match funds. Oh, they're the ones who sent us in an amendment that said they had some errors in their budget and their actual cost of service, I think, was $3,700 a student rather than $3,300. See, they talk about, once again, in 143, serve 6,836 clients. That's crazy. And
Remember,
define them.
clarified that in the presentation to really meet 41.
I have 27.
Is it 27?
Yeah, 27 this year. That's what they said in the presentation, I think.
So that's what their funding would actually go to support.
I think their goal was 29.
Hmm.
Their unit of service was messed up.
Well, most of the clients, if you look at the it's saying 6836, but if you look at the zip code, it's saying that about 4,500. No, it's saying 2,300 are unknown, so I guess that's 2,300. Is that saying they probably outside this county? So this I think they encompass the entire Big Bend. So
that? The 27, they said those were the customers that they plan to fund in Leon County with the CHSP funds.
Right.
And they said that they service approximately 7,000 in the Big Bend area.
right.
Well, they provide other, but the way they define unit of service is kind of interesting. It's just anybody who attends at least one day of childcare. I'm just wondering why. And if Leon County is the largest county in the Big Bend. And you're telling me that if they serve 30 students in Leon County, they can serve 6,950 students throughout the rest of the Big Bend? Doesn't make any sense.
Well,
I just don't get it.
mhm.
I don't understand.
In the zip code, they're saying that of the 6,000, all of them were Leon County except for 2,300. I think that's what's showing on that. I don't know if that clarifies anything for you or not.
Yeah, well, obviously what other services do they provide? Is that the problem? They provide a lot of other services besides this tuition assistance? See, I don't know. I don't know enough to know.
Weren't they supposed to send them something for clarification, Pat?
They did.
Okay.
That was just on the budget, wasn't it?
I think it was the cost per client rate, right?
Right.
So when you got did anybody check the figures? Because it would be the 68, it would be the 66,836 people divided into the total budget for that program.
Not for that program. I think for all their programs, maybe. I don't know. It was just very confusing.
Let's see.
Let's
See if I can calculate what they're saying. 6836.
Email, if I recall.
Program budget. You do it by program budget. So that would be the previous fiscal year. They would have served 6,800 people with a $25 million budget.
Yeah.
800.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it really didn't make that big of a difference. It went from 3,074 down to 3,330.
Right.
Okay. So that's not okay.
They just dropped their budget like $3 million.
Okay.
Corrected the budget $3 million.
Oh, the budget was wrong. The budget, what budget? Which budget was wrong?
They didn't use their total revenue. I think that was the problem. And then they were just using their.
Oh, they only used direct services, the
right.
Category. And it's supposed to be the entire program budget. They include the administrative costs. Okay.
What I'm curious about is what else do they do besides provide tuition assistance?
That may be it, right, Anita? I'm not aware of. I think that's a primary service.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm aware of.
Oh, okay.
Tuition assistance for low-income households.
Okay, so essentially they're not saying that there's only 30 or 28 students or whatever in Leon County that need this. They're helping a whole lot of people through federal funding, but they want 27 to be picked up by the CHSP.
That's what it appears.
Understand? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I understand. Anyway, I thought, except for that, I thought it was a good application, and I think it's a great program. So I thought it was just kind of confusing about their budget.
They also, in the outcome data collection table, don't provide client numbers with the percentages.
Right.
I mean, there's a presumption you can make, but you can't make presumptions
'Cause that's
in an application.
right. Right. What is that?
But I think to Samantha's point, we're accounting students for 1 day of childcare versus
Versus a year.
days.
Yeah, versus a year. So the measurements.
Yeah, when they say they've had 29 children enrolled, I mean, I would say more about, what's the average amount of days per child, or their total number of days supported
Or at
by.
least, yeah, like at least, I don't know, 9 weeks of the year or something.
Are we saying utilizing CHSP funding or in general?
Well, that what they've given us is in general, isn't it?
Yeah.
We need local. We need with the program.
Hmm.
Yeah, I would tell them, what are you going to do with this money that you're asking CHSP for? You have to be able to report on that and provide more program specifics.
And I would think that wouldn't be too hard to figure out. Well, no, that's not true. Let me think this through with you all.
Mm-hmm.
If what you have is a bunch of children, 600 or 6,000 children, and you're going to say 29 of them are going to be supported by the CHSP funds, you really can't come up with numbers for that because they're not fun. How can I say this?
Mm-hmm.
You can't name the 29 students.
You would have to be able to name them in order to give that kind of specific information to for CHSP Pacific children, funded children.
You can't do that because the money is combined with all the other money, right? I mean, you can't name the 29. You can't pick out the 29 that are going to be funded by
Well,
CHSP.
They could be selective and pick out 29.
I mean, it's a contradiction because the outcome data collection table lists the 29. So in order for them to say that they're reporting on 29 in outcome data collection table, they would have to identify those children. Because otherwise, how could you correlate that with outcomes?
You can't. That's what my point was.
Unless you know exactly who those 29 children are.
Right. And how are you going to pick those 29? Just arbitrarily? Because they're not susceptible
So
to
29, and they're asking for 29, they're saying 29 kids, and they're asking for $80,000 to serve 29,
90,000.
90,000. 29. That rate is a little different than the cost per client rate overall.
Oh, yeah.
And so when we're asking
Yes,
for
please.
the number of days per year, could we do the average number of days per year? Because if we're saying we're asking for the number of days per year for each child, that means they're going to list how many days each child participated. At least the average, you can get an idea without having to go through the details of it.
See that you come up with the cost of service that's only $3,103, but that's not accounting for any of the administration and all that stuff. But then they said, didn't they say something in the application that all the money is going for direct assistance and not any administration?
It doesn't matter when you're doing cost per client though.
Okay.
Rate. It's just the number of clients you serve by your full budget. That's your cost per client, right?
Okay.
'Cause every placement has an administrative cost to associated with it.
Right. Okay. I just don't know how you.
I don't know how to write it.
When if you haven't named the 29 children that you're funding.
Sounds like we're gonna take this out because we're not quite sure about what we're saying here. But we did say, maybe identify the average number of days each child is served.
Right.
Provide that. You got a lot of questions. Sounds like you guys do.
Yes.
So.
Ms. Pat, couldn't they use the ones that they're using the CHSP dollars as a control group so that they can get the proper metrics to see how the money?
Well, if you go back to the first comment you made, I think from last year's review team, that's why they're saying that the outcome data collection table should reflect the full program, not just the CHSP funded kids. If you want to look at the overall effectiveness of the program itself. So,
right.
So that's a little, so they're saying that, I mean, just like you just spoke to Dick Hauser, you told Dick Hauser to report on the entire program, not just on the number of kids that the CHSP funding is supporting in order to do an evaluation of the program, not just a number of kids. So therefore, Michelle, and I may have, was Michelle, you made that comment? So
yes, ma'am.
I think we start here. And what was your comment again, Michelle? Because I was saying this kind of conflicts a little bit with what you were saying, but can you repeat what you just said, if you don't mind?
Well, the discussion was that we wouldn't be able to know which because the money is commingled.
Control group. Yeah.
Which clients it actually serves.
Right.
And I was saying maybe they can identify the clients they intend to spend it on and make them a control group so that they can get the appropriate metrics for those number of clients so they can have accurate data.
And then again, that goes.
I don't have a problem with them using all 7,000 students for their outcome measurements. In fact, that might be really more useful than picking out arbitrarily at 29, because it's a lot bigger number and they're going to be bound by successes and failures throughout the event. I don't see anything wrong with that. It'd be kind of nice if they would translate the percentages to numbers, like we told Dick Hauser, give us actual numbers along with your percentages, but with the caveat that that's for the whole big band. I don't have a problem with that. I don't think it needs to be down to the 29 students because, once again, I don't see how that's possible.
Right. So let's look at, we've done a little bit about the overall agency capacity issues, program design. Did they document the need for the program?
Well, I'm sure they did.
They did, because they're asking for they're saying 180,000. I'm assuming it's 90. Do we tell them that too?
What was that? Because I think you're dealing with funding justification. What was
Okay.
that, Margot?
No, I was wondering, should we tell them, they're requesting the 180,000 on this application when technically they should be requesting the 90 or documenting 90?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we should tell them that. Let's get their numbers straight.
That may be a budget question. I mean, budget comment.
Well, in the budget worksheet, they actually did put 80,000. I think that's what Chris said. In the budget worksheet, they did put 80,000.
Only it's
But in there,
it's 90,000 or 180.
I meant 90,000. I keep saying 90, and it's 180.
Right.
So just explain to them how to demonstrate that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is the first year we kind of made that. Okay. That's
I'm
not.
sorry, I want a clarification on that, Max. So in the proposed budget, in the budget worksheet, I see 180. And in their CHSP request, they break it down as 180.
There's one in the budget worksheets.
Yeah, in the proposed budget.
I'll look at it.
CHSP allocation partner, $180,000.
So they're okay, so let me see what the budget worksheets look like. So that's what you said in the proposed year, they actually did put the total 180,000.
Yes.
So they're asking you guys for 180,000, not for 90,000. Or it's just what was that, Anita?
So I was gonna say, but then when you, in the program budget, you're asked, if you are asking for an increase, you have to justify it, and they said in eight.
Oh, so inconsistencies. Okay, so there's some more inconsistencies. So I got to look at the budget worksheets, the funding request.
Yeah, the budget worksheets has 180 for the proposed fiscal year.
Then in the narrative, they say that when they asked for the funding, Anita was saying the funding request justification, if you ask for additional money, you have to explain why you're asking for additional money. They're putting NA. It seems like a lot of confusion.
Yeah.
NA
In the program funding information for both years, they have 180,000.
Yeah, you're right. For 2021 and for 21-22, both of those years they have 180,000.
So they're asking for 180,000, but in the funding justification, I think they got confused between. But it's still, if you're balancing the budget with 180,000 and you only get 90,000, that means that the budget worksheets are inaccurate, right?
Yep.
Okay. I just have to, I'm gonna have to go in there and look at all of that and write all of that up. A lot of budget, so the budget worksheets request for 180 includes 2 fiscal years. Okay, that does not include 2 fiscal years. And it actually for each year, and how the funding request notes that the agency is not asking for additional funding. So I think there was some confusion. This is so the information is confusing and inconsistent. Okay. I have to go in there and look at the details so I can add specifics to that comment. Okay. As far as the need for funding, well, we got 2 needs with the need. Did they clearly document the need for the program? That would be the documentation of need statements. So we need to look at that. The documentation of need statement. It's a hard one for some reason.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the last one.
Is that why maybe the brain is tired too?
Yeah.
So how about that? So did they include local data for documentation of need? Bottom line.
They did mention whole child Leon.
What about that?
We talked,
Oh, they use that data for whole child Leon?
Yes. For screenings, to identify children with developmental delays.
Yeah, but this is the need for tuition assistance. Because they're asking us to provide tuition assistance, right?
they said 23% of Leon County's 14,964 children under the age of 5 live in poverty. The cost of childcare is prohibitive. Blah, blah, blah. In Leon County, a family of 4 living at the poverty line pays 26% of their income toward a preschool child's care. And then it goes on to that. So 57% of their income to go to childcare. Without support, families face unemployment and inability to pursue education.
Okay, so they document the need for the program. How about, let's move on to the COVID-19. Any comment you want to speak to regarding the COVID?
They mentioned that they transitioned to a teleworking environment.
Yeah, that's the only thing I have.
They mentioned an online portal and going to community locations for some hand-holding. So I guess they're going to do some social distancing at some of the community locations.
So when you say social distancing of community locations, what are you speaking of, Margot?
It seems like they're going there to help them, like with applications or the things that they normally help them with.
So that you saying, but the application process? You're speaking of?
Because when they mentioned the online portal, so I guess if you have a client who doesn't really know how to use a computer, having someone come out to a local community site and then just kind of help walk them through the process of applying.
Continue. Okay, they said continue. They're going to agency will to continue their online application process. As well as, and you said they said they're going to go to community centers, you saying? Okay, so I got that, but did they ever speak to the children and in the children in the service, the children, the continuation of the children to receive these services?
Well, you got to think they're technically not the ones that are providing the service, right? They're writing the check to those child care facilities.
Right.
Okay. All right. Okay.
If their parents stay employed and or in
Okay.
school, I think those are good. That's a
Right.
outcome measure.
Right. Was that one of their outcome measures that they gave us about the parents?
80% of parents keep their job.
Right.
Okay. So any comment We just said that they're good outcomes, but they need to include actual percentages, and they also need to speak to the entire program, agents, the whole program, all clients served in the program.
Yeah,
Okay.
actually, not, they've given percentages, well, we want some numbers, some actual numbers.
So you need client numbers, and then you say that, and that this should pertain to the entire program.
I think so.
Did they share the average rate for child care services? Like, is there a
Yeah,
daily
they
rate?
brought it like $3,700 a child.
Mm-hmm.
Is that for a year
It's in that
of
email
child care?
from Melanie.
Mm-hmm.
But you've
Okay.
already noted somewhere, didn't you, Pat, that we'd like to see something different than one day out of the year as a basis for numbering their clients? One day's service
I
through
think
the.
we said something about identify the average number of days each child is served. But if they expend funds, they probably do have to count that kid as a client. Because if they pay for even one day, that's still a service that they gave folks. And so they're going to have to be able to claim, think about it, reimbursement. You're going to claim that child, or when you do your fiscal documentation, demonstrate that you served that child. It's going to get linked to a client.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I think you guys changed the request and said just give them provided the average number of days each client is served, recognizing that their definition is so
Right.
that they can, yeah. So how about the CHSP funding requests? So
Good job of justifying request for $90,000.
Well, remember, it's 180.
I know.
yeah, so you can't. It's a contradiction.
I'm not so sure that's even what they want.
Because they're saying, let's see what they're saying. It does not receive its full funding request. What are the program's most essential funding needs? So they don't give you any math in here, like the question about if they don't receive the CHSP funding request, what are the program's most essential needs?
No.
And they talk about, they don't say, wow, federal and state dollars, that it's a general, there's no math in here.
Right.
So the requirement for doing this form, even in the form, it just said 100% of funds will be used to reimburse child care. But it doesn't say how many kids, it doesn't say, there's no math in that. There's no math in that budget. It goes back to the 5th year concern. They just feel like for the 5th time, the other committee said they want to have the specific math equation in the budget justification statement, and I don't see math.
No, they haven't gotten any better.
Okay.
But I think somewhere we got to say that we don't even understand if they want 90,000 or 180,000. I'm not clear on that. Are y'all very convinced that they knew what they were doing when they doubled their request and never made any explanation for it?
I think did we say something here? And I'm going to write it up here. This is a statement about it's going to take more lengthier for me to write it up, but look at 180,000 that's in the budget, but yet in the budget justification, they state that they're not asking for additional money, but yet this is double the money. So therefore, the funding request itself is confusion.
Right.
And this is my fault because I assumed that they had gotten 90 the year before, 90. So it was looked like 2 years of 90.
Right.
I saw 180. I just expected that to be this year and next year.
Right. Understandable. That's okay. So here's
a question before we go on. So if they were asking for 180,000, and we're going on 90,000.
Well, that's true. Well, if that's the case, then if you said 29 divided in 180,000, that's double the cost for childcare.
That's right.
That's what your point was. That's what you were thinking, Margot?
That's a pretty hefty.
Yeah, I was just thinking in terms of, okay, so if
Yeah,
we,
that's true.
let's say we were going on 90, that we know that they're asking for 90,000. And so when we make our decisions after deliberations, and we say, okay, well, we give them, 60,000, thinking that that will be a drop from the 90,000 if that's what we do. And then they come back, really, they were asking for 180.
I mean, you
Be
can
their fault, though.
Margot,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna share my cards yet, but I'll tell you where they're ranked in my list. I'm not sure I'm really concerned.
Okay.
If the agency is for 180,000 to serve, what, 29 people? And children?
Is it 29 or 27?
Yeah.
The cost per unit
Goal is
of service. So if you look at that, because we were doing 29, I think the last figure we did was like 27,
90.
29, and 90, and it would be 3,000. But
Per child.
so even the cost per unit is Margaret, I didn't even, is confusing, because then that would up the cost to over 6,000 per child. So even the cost per, it's confusing at best.
Remember, we told them not to use just the program, but to use, or not to use the
Oh, it has to be the program. Yeah, it has to be the entire program's budget. But I mean, even trying to calculate the cost per unit, based on their request, they're breaking it down and saying that they're asking you for 29 kids to serve 29 kids with $180,000 per year, based on what they're requesting. So yeah, I'll just that makes it more confusing. We're gonna move.
You come
ahead.
up with a total of $6,207 a person, a child. And if their overall unit cost of service is $3,700, it doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
It makes no
Yeah.
mathematical sense.
Okay.
You
All right.
expect that the unit cost of service for the 29 students would be less than the unit cost of service for the whole program, because the whole program includes administrative costs and so forth.
Right. Exactly. All right. I think it.
Clarification on their outcome,
Yes.
27 students and not 29.
Okay. Okay. And I'll change it, but you better believe I'm gonna go into the application and make sure that the whatever put in the application is accurate. So don't worry. Every number in here will be cross-checked before we send this out. Okay, I think we're done with this one. We're ready for the we want to take a 5-minute while we transition to rank. Sala, do you have the ranking sheet for them to rank their programs?
Yeah,
Sala?
I emailed it. Yeah.
She sent it already.
You already have it? Okay.
Yeah.
I tried to print mine and it wouldn't let me, but.
Can you just do it online then? And remember, you're ranking programs, not agencies. So programs, with one being your highest priority, and I don't know how many programs on this team, but that would be your lowest priority. How many programs are on this team? 10. 10. Your 10th rank will be your lowest priority. Okay.
Right. And how do you get to it online from the app, from the portal? I don't know how to.
Sarah emailed it to you.
I know.
I can do it right now if you like, and I can email it to you.
Yeah, I made the mistake of opening it on my iPad, and then it did not come up on my computer, and I but I can get into the portal if you just tell me where to go once I get into the portal.
It's not in the portal. She's emailing it into your, she sent it to your email. That's not something we can put in the portal.
Well, that's interesting because when I clicked on it, it went to the login for the portal. That's why I asked that.
It did. Do you want her to resend it to you?
Please do.
Hey, Virginia, can you send Virginia, can you send these comments to the volunteers, to all the volunteers? If I send this to you, Virginia?
Yes,
Okay,
I can.
I'm going to go ahead and send these comments to you. So if you need to reflect on them while you're making the funding decisions, you can. So let me send this to Miss Virginia and she will send it right to you via email. Okay, there you go.
I'm going to take a
Okay, please, when you give her the rankings, if you could just we'll go straight down in the exact same order. So just start with Head Start, then go to Treehouse, so it'll be easier for Sala. Just go straight down and give her your rankings, okay? Chris, you want to start since you were first?
Sure. So, Head Start 7. Treehouse 4. Child Care 9. AMU DRS 6. Early Head Start 1. Kids Safe 8. Big Headed Beaver and Friends 3. Learning Pavilion 2. Early Steps 5. VOCA 10. Next up.
Yes, I'll go.
Oh, go ahead.
Head Start is 7. Treehouse, I gave 1. Child Care to Assistance, 9. FAMU DRS, 8. Early Head Start, 4. Kids Safe, 5. Big Headed Beaver and Friends, 2. Learning Pavilion, 3.
Sorry. Hold on.
Okay.
Where did that come from? Did we miss something? I'm
Kids
sorry.
Incorporated
I
is
just saw-
Kids Safe.
Oh, what happened there? Okay, sorry.
It looks like they're merged in. So some of them are hidden.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened, but okay.
There you go.
Sorry.
So Early Head Start, 4. Kids Safe, 5. Big Headed Beaver, 2. Learning Pavilion, 3. And then 6 and 10.
Okay, you want me to go next? This is Samantha. I have Head Start number 5, Treehouse 3, Early Learning Coalition 10, FAMU 9, Kids Inc. Early Head Start is number 1, Kids Safe 8, Pivotal Point 7, Dick Hauser Learning Pavilion 2, Early Steps 4, and VOCA 6.
Ready for you, Michelle.
I asked her if she was ready. She didn't answer.
Oh, I didn't hear anything, sorry.
Okay. 6, 2, 8, 9, 5, 7, 3, 1, 4, 10.
Oh, you're going backwards or? um,
You may want to start from 1 because you've got 2 tied at 36, so they're going to be tied at 9 and 10.
9 and 9,
Yeah, 9 and however you want to do that.
okay.
All right.
I have a question. I thought there were 10 programs.
There are, but Early Learning Coalition and VOCA both scored 36. So there you have a tie for 9/10.
Okay, what we'll do, and Chris, I'm gonna kind of let you manage this part of it. You can start with, as far as, you managing your team regarding how much money they would like to allocate per program. If you go to the bottom, Sala, if you could show them the bottom, it'll show you how much we allocated last year. We allocated on this team $402,275. As you can see, the request is over 738,000. Available funding is $430,989, which is about 38,000 or 37,000 more than you had last year. And so if you want to start with your number 1 ranking and move forward, and I will, Chris, you will be managing this process, okay?
Okay. Can we enlarge this spreadsheet to fill in the black part of the screen?
Okay, so this is Virginia. So not really, because on our end it's going to be a smaller version of what Sarla has. So if you scroll a little bit to the left, you'll see like a white bar pop up. You can fit screen, which is not going to fit screen, so you're going to have to zoom in. And you can kind of like move it around as you see fit. unfortunately, you can't see the full screen of what she has because when you share a screen, it only does partial.
Okay. Did you guys see that? If you go over that bar to the left, there's a magnifying glass with a plus and a minus that you can enlarge it. I'm just hard of seeing, so
Understandable. I have to like squinch my eyes right to the screen.
all right. Well, group, where did we lose? Everybody here, Samantha? Okay.
I'm here.
If we start with 1 in their $5,000 request, is everyone okay with fulfilling that request at 100%? Get a thumbs up?
Yeah,
Michelle?
that's okay with me.
I figured for now, yes.
Okay. So if we could fill that in as 5,000. And then we can go to our number 2 agency, Capital City Youth Services, and they've increased their request 23,000. And you know, this is where we'll decide how comfortable we are with an additional, what did Pat say, 30,000 in budget? Does this, how do we feel? I mean, I would personally, if I'm looking at some of the other requests, if we were to fund this one at 100% and our number 3 agency at 100%, that would pretty much eat up the additional dollars that have been allocated for this fiscal year. And then we'll begin from then on to basically almost level or decrease funding. I don't know if that's a place to start, and then we can begin to pull back as we go further down our list.
Can we try giving them an extra 10 for now?
Okay.
Yes, I agree.
So let's go with 55,000 there.
Right.
And then if you go to our number 3 agency, you also wanted to give them an extra 10,000. So that would be 110,000.
I'm okay with that for now.
Okay. We'll see how it plays out. We go to number 4, Pivotal Point Enterprises, Big Headed Beaver and Friends.
Well, wait a minute. Early Head Start on the line there, you've got it in there twice. That's going to affect the bottom line, isn't it? You've got a figure of 110,000 twice.
No, that's just the total line.
Below it doesn't count.
That's a subtotal for that program.
Okay.
The bold is the total.
Yeah,
Okay.
so Samantha, when we go down to the Child's Home Society and they have 2 programs, that top line is going to total
Right.
what we allocate for the bottom 2.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So we're on number 4.
Number 4. Do you all want to continue with the extra 10,000?
No. I don't think we can afford to. I think we got to hold on it.
You want to say level funding at that point?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can we give them maybe 5? An extra 5?
It's
I'm
okay.
comfortable with that.
I don't.
87.5.
Going once.
I like 87.5.
Okay.
So if you look, we've allocated an additional 25,000 so far over last year. So now we're at 5. This is tough. So this is in our top 5, and they've requested a significant amount more.
Right. I don't know.
Where I'm at in my head when I'm looking at something like this is going further down and thinking ahead of agencies that may not be receiving what I think they asked for, we may see some savings. If we look
Yeah,
at
right.
the last
So
two.
could we start out with early steps at $20,000?
I'm okay with that.
Michelle, how do you feel?
I'm trying to see the chart.
Yeah, it's tough. Can you hover over that bar on the left and go to the magnifying glass and zoom in a little bit? Does that help?
Um, that's better. I did the other thing with the view. Okay. I'll do
Yeah,
both.
it's not helpful, but when you do zoom in and out, you can kind of like scroll up and down with a hand, so you can leave it magnetized or magnified. Sorry.
Oh,
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's what I was doing, but it didn't look as clear. Thank you. I got it.
Oh, nope, no problem.
Okay, what was the question, Chris?
So we're looking at Child Home Society's program Early Steps, and we ranked it as our 5th program. They received 17,500 last year, and they're requesting 42,000 for this year. Now, when we look at what was requested, or sorry, what was allocated last year was, you can see at the bottom the total, it's 402,275, and we have available 430,000, basically almost 431,000. So $30,000 more this year than we had last year to allocate, over what was allocated last year. We've already allocated roughly 25,000 more than what was allocated last year. So we're kind of at a breaking point now with agencies that requested more than what they got last year. So what Margot was proposing for early steps was offering them around number 20,000, and then kind of seeing where things shook out as we went through the rest of our allocations. Are you comfortable with 20,000?
That's fine.
Okay. So now we can go to 6, and that's Head Start. They received 53.5 last year and requested 76. How do you guys?
I think keep it at 53,500.
Okay. Margot,
We're
Michelle?
getting to the bottom of the list now.
The Head Start.
Yeah, I love a Head Start, but
I mean, yeah, I would probably prefer to give them a little more, as we've kind of done with some of these middle. I mean, even if it's not fully, if it's another 5,000 or 58.5 or something like that, but we
fine
can
with
keep
me.
it.
I love Head Start. It's not for lack of wanting to fund them. I was just looking at the bottom line.
Right.
But maybe we can get there another way.
Can we make them an even? Can we make them an even 60?
Okay.
Sure.
I think we have enough money for it. Remember now we
Realize, Samantha, you guys realize you don't have to give, this is, you decide, this is fresh. You're making a decision right now. So that means that every program, you don't have to give them the exact same amount as current. That's up to you as a committee to decide based on your assessments of the programs, okay? And the need for CHSP funding.
Oh, that's fine with me.
Okay. So, and Samantha, where my head was going. So if we did 60 here,
Mm-hmm.
and we're looking at our last, so now I just want to flip this. And if we look at the 2 organizations that we scored lowest, the Early Learning Coalition at 9 and then VOCA at 9, one requested 180,000, which we still believe may have been 90,000, but that's out of like a $26 million budget for the child care tuition assistance. So I'm personally recommending maybe cutting that 90,000 in half. That's kind of where my head was. The VOCA program, I mean, they were only at 6,000 last year.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, we could even just do 5 if your heart just wanted to give them something, but I'm comfortable not awarding them any funding. It's so low. I'll let you guys kind of see where your heart lies on that, but that's where I'm looking at potentially having some extra funds because of not fully funding the child care tuition assistance program that would allow us to fund some of those other programs that I think we're providing more value. That's just where my thoughts are. But where were we? Where did we just leave off? We left off at 6. So if we go to 7, and that's the Kid Safe, our car seat program, you know, they got 2,500 last year. They've requested 4. Does anyone have a number that they'd like to throw out? I'm probably comfortable just keeping them at 2,500.
Me too.
I don't know that they really justified an increase. Michelle, do you agree, disagree?
No, they didn't. I don't think they justified an increase. They were doing projections. No, I'm fine with 2,500.
Okay. And then FAMU DRS school, first time program. You know, what I think of here is when they were doing their justification for need, and when they were outlining what they were going to use their funds for, you know, they had, I think, 11 volunteers at $10 an hour for however many. Maybe if you fund them at 50% of their request, do they get half of those volunteers? They made a comment about being able to go after additional resources, but they were one of our lower scoring agencies. I think it's a vital program, so I would hate to not fund them. I think they justified, you know, the benefit.
Why don't we try $40,000?
What do you think, Margot?
I seem to recall that was one of their numbers, 40,000.
Well, remember they had it was broken really into the wellness program and the literacy program.
Right.
The literacy, I believe, was 40,000,
Mm-hmm.
and then the other pieces were and I think it was $40,680 or some kind of number like that. But
Yeah, I think the 20,000 was to get some of the supplies, the curriculum that they needed for the students.
right.
I had a question though. For first-time agencies, isn't there like a percentage that they get?
They can only get up to a total of 7.5% of the available money on that team. That's as high as you can go.
Okay, and so we have
The
431.
total for this team budget is $32,324.
That's 7%.
7.5.
Oh, okay. That's
32,000 something, right?
Wait, so there's a cap of what they can receive?
Yes.
725.
And what was that figure that you said based on their request?
7.5% of the total available money on this team, up to. That's the maximum you can allocate so that we can vet the agency first before you do any significant investment.
Right.
So that's $31,246.
31,000.
Plug in that number.
I'll give them 31,000, so even amount.
But I would make sure, and I don't know, Pat, if we can do this with their allocation, that they understand that they're being funded based on that maximum that's set up in the program. It's not due to the review committee's, you know what I'm saying? It's not.
We could do it because they're number 8 also.
I mean, I think any money is great. There's nothing to justify or explain.
Okay.
So We got 2 left, one for 90 and one for 6.
Yep.
Okay, and we have what, $60,000?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I mean, I could go 50,000 here, 5,000 for VOCA, and take the rest and go back to one of our first couple agencies. I don't know what that would leave us, but to Pat's point, we don't have to provide funding for these. And $50,000 for the child tuition assistance is a lot of money that could go to other programs if we didn't. I just hate. There's something in my gut that hurts scratching funding completely from an agency, but with that, I keep going back and seeing a $26 million budget and thinking that, I know they're funding a lot of students or children to get daycare services, but
Well, I would say, I think I would be inclined to do the VOCA the same as last year and do the rest to the child care tuition assistance. And that'd be it for me. I mean, that with no other adjustments.
Well, I think it seems like for the ones that our number one was Dick Hauser. Okay, but they're funded fully. Capital City Youth is our second, and we gave them 55. We at least, I mean, since they're one of the higher ranked ones, can we at least give them a bump up to maybe 60?
I'd prefer to do that.
Who are we bumping up?
Capital City Treehouse.
I don't have a problem with that because of what they service.
Okay, so we have 55 left over.
Well, then 50,000 for child care tuition assistance and 5,000 for VOCA.
Yep.
It's okay with me. What? Oh, because we only have 4,000. I get you.
All right. So do we want to, let's walk, Pat, can we just walk through all of them from top to bottom and make sure everybody's okay with everything? And if we want to make any tweaks, we can.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. So the way it stands, our number one agency, Dick Hauser Center, we fully funded at 5,000. Our second scoring agency, Capital City Youth Services with Treehouse, they requested 68. We funded them at 60,000. Our third ranking, the Early Head Start Kids Incorporated, they requested 115, and we requested that, or we funded them at 110. Our fourth ranked Pivotal Point Enterprises, the Big Headed Beaver and Friends, requested 108, and we funded them at 87.5, which is 5,000 more than what they received last year. Our number 5 agency, the Child's Home Society Early Steps, we funded at 20,000, which is a $2,500 increase over last year, but still half of what their request was for this current year. Number 6, Capital Area Community Action Agency Head Start. We funded at 60,000, 15,000 less than what they requested, but still a $6,500 increase over last year. Number 7, the Lutheran Social Services Kids Safe, our car seat program. We funded evenly what was requested, what was funded last year. Our number 8, FAMU Foundation, DRS Freedom School, funded at $31,000 as a first-year agency. And then our final two, the Early Learning Coalition Child Care Tuition Assistance Program, we funded at $50,000. And the VOCA program under the Child's Home Society, we funded for the remaining funds available $4,989, bringing them to an agency total of $24,989, which is more than they received last year, $23,775 as an agency. But
I feel good about it the way it is.
you like that?
Yeah, I do. I think y'all did a great job.
Michelle, how do you feel? I see those eyes.
I'm okay.
I want good.
I'm okay.
Good?
I'm okay.
Okay. Margot,
I'm comfortable with that.
you're comfortable? Michelle, do you want to talk through anything else? Do you have some money that you might recommend us moving around a little bit?
I'm just looking at the one that community action that claims they can't do any fundraising, and some of these other ones have, and I see where money could go, a little more money can go someplace else, but I'm okay with it. I can sleep. I'm fine.
Okay.
But I just don't like how he just, because he refuses to tell us and doesn't want to fundraise, and I don't see them making an effort to fundraise where some of these others are, and they need the money. They could use the money as well. The programs to me are just as important.
Mhm.
So, but like I said, I can sleep. I'm fine.
Yeah, I would say if you would like to move, I would be comfortable moving 5,000 from them somewhere else if you wanted to, but I'm also comfortable with the way things have been allocated. So if you have a specific agency in mind, you can propose it to the group.
I can't find it. It's gone.
I mean, I would prefer if we were going to move it somewhere, I look at the number 4 and 5 agencies that we really didn't come close to funding what they asked for.
4 and 5, 4 and 5.
That's probably our largest gaps.
Who is it that you want to take it away from?
Where's the number?
So she's recommending, or she's not recommending, we're just discussing the Capital Area Community Action, the Head Start program, funded them at $60,000. And that's,
They draw down 4 times in matching, right?
there was the comment made about their inability to fundraise.
I'd kind of like to keep it the way it is. We've
That's
already.
fine. That's fine. That's fine.
I am okay with splitting the 5,000 with number
That's what
4.
I want to do, was split it between two, because they're going to keep saying they can't fundraise, and when we asked him about it, he brushed by it and he said something, and it was almost defensive. If they're not going to try to fundraise, I mean, I can live with it either way. I'm not going to lose it in sleep.
They are so tightly governed by federal regulations, the Head Start program, that it doesn't surprise me.
But yet Head Starts in other areas fundraise. I don't get that for Leon County.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
I do. That's why I said that.
Mm-hmm.
So Whatever the group decides, I'm fine with it.
Well, I would say even if you fund them at 55,000, that's funding them more than they received last year. And if we take the 2,500 and split it between our, the two agencies that we had above, that scored above Head Start, that would have been Pivotal Point and Early Steps.
I would prefer to do that.
And I'm good with that. I'm fine with doing that.
I don't have a problem with that.
All right. So let's take Early Steps and increase them to 22,500 down at the bottom. Right there, yep. And do the same for the Big Headed Beaver and Friends. Take them up to around 90,000. Yep. And then take Head Start down to 55,000. There you go.
Okay.
I'm great.
I think that was very well done.
What a good committee.
Miss Pat?
Okay, you guys, okay, you balanced before your time. How about that? You do, yeah, your time was 4 o'clock, so everybody feels, I think you did a great job with the information that you had and the circumstances that we work from, so it looks very fair. Very fair.
Kudos to your team, the city and the county and the CHSP team. You guys getting all this organized and together and facilitated. Very well done.
Big job.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, tremendous staff. So it wasn't as terrible as it felt like at first, huh, Samantha, doing it virtually? I know it would be, yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully, what was that, Samantha?
I actually think it's pretty good to do it this way. I don't mind not going, except that I do think you get a feel for an agency, especially the small ones, when you go to their premises. And what always comes to mind for me is Mercy House. Mercy House would be just numbers to me, but having visited Mercy House and seeing how little they have to work with and how much they do with that money just made a big impression on me. So sometimes that's what I miss. But otherwise, I like it pretty much the way it is.
Pat, how long did agencies have to present? Was it 30 minutes, 40 minutes?
30, it was 1 hour, so 30 minutes program, 10 minutes on budget, and 20 Q&A for 3 and under.
Right.
And 4 and over was an hour and a half. So we crunched that time because can you imagine it would be virtually impossible to try to do that. The extension, if we gave everyone an hour, you can see we had 2 full days, even with 20-minute blocks.
Right.
So that's the drawback, but that's the reality that we had to deal with. Plus, we had to crunch everything in 1 month because we extended the deadline for submission for CHSP, giving people extra time.
Yeah.
So how about Michelle? How was this experience for you overall?
I mean, it was good for this time, but I actually like doing the site visits because you get a better understanding and you get to see the location and you get to see what they do, especially the ones with the children, because you actually see what the children do. And I low key like when they sing to us, like at Smith Williams and different. So I don't know. This was good to get it done, so that the COVID didn't steal this from them. But and I miss Anita.
Yes, Michelle.
And the good snacks.
No, I do. I mean, I miss going, we should just wear masks next year. Go in, see the sites, do the best that we can. I hate having the truncated time. I mean, it's just there's not a lot you can get into in 15 minutes by the time you do introductions and stuff. It's just so hard.
I think the beauty this way, I mean, you kind of trim off the fat too. For this, I mean, this way of doing it, you trimmed off the fat because, yeah, I do enjoy going and seeing because there are agencies that you would never really know what they do until you actually go in. Like, so for me, like Lutheran Services, I think they were I think my first year I was on the team with Lutheran Services, and I would have never known that they did computers. So it's just going into those sites and then seeing what they do is normally beneficial because it gives you a better feel than, you know, if you're a numbers person, you're just looking at the numbers. If you're a feel good person, you're only looking at the feel good. But getting together and getting all of it at one time is normally really, really good to really get a good experience about what it is that the agencies do. But in this moment, you know, it is what it is. We had to do what we got to do. And so now it's what, 2 years? And then hopefully we don't have anything else to, you know, throw back to this. But, you know, but at least you know that if there is a need to go back here by the end of team with 9, 10, it would have been perfected. So come back to this, you know that it's available and we could do it that way.
Yep. Well said.
Thank you.
So just thank you guys for taking leadership, and I won't ever put Samantha in that place of being timekeeper. She said never again, but you still did a great job. So guys, thanks a lot. Chris, thanks for, I mean, a whole lot as a team leader. You've done a great job, and including give up a whole day of your vacation with your family. So that just says what type of person you are, as we all know. So just want to kudos for being such a champion of this community, and all of you are. So you've been donating this time for so many years. So we couldn't do this process without you. We knew it was critical that we made decisions. We even debated. There was some debate not having the process from the outside, but I think that would have, considering the circumstances impacting our community now and how the priorities have shifted, that would have been a disservice to our community for us not to determine what are the most vital, critical services they need for the next 2 years. So I think it's good stewardship of donations and taxpayers' dollars as well as federal dollars, that it was important that we did this process this year and made tough decisions that we needed to make on behalf of the community. So I wish I give you a virtual hug to everyone. Miss my virtual hug. You know, I'm a hugger normally. So you have my virtual hug, and really wish you guys well. I know we're in some turbulent times right now. So we pray for all of your families and each of us in this whole country and world to be a better place.
Amen.
Yes, and thank you, Pat, and the whole team.
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. And Chris, enjoy your vacation.
Yeah, with your babies.
I'm gonna go crack a cold beer.
and some lobster. Throw some lobster in there with some garlic butter, okay?
No.
You